massive selection of sealed wax and sports card singles to add to your collection. Pokemon and Magic the Gathering cards, too. Discover your next rare find at Trading Card Market on Manchester Road, just east of 141. TradingCardMarket.com.
The NBA season is back, and you can get in on the action right now over on the Underdog app. Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. You can make your entries and win money right now. Yes, even here in the state of Missouri. My favorite thing about using the Underdog app is how easy it is to use. You can get in on the action by going higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, assists, so much more. Whether you think Giannis is going to have a big night, maybe Jason Tatum being out this year means you think one of the other Celtics is going to step up in a big way. You can get in on any of the action over on the Underdog app.
You need to just get creative, have fun with it over on the Underdog app because you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So download the app today and use promo code BKO to score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, promo code BKO. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hey guys, it's Jay Delsing from Golf with Jay Delsing. You want free dozen golf balls? Download the Underdog app, deposit at least $10, use the promo code JAY24, send me your username at j@jdelsinggolf.com, and I'll send you a free dozen golf balls.
Hey, Jamie Rivers here, and Dirt Cheap is showing the love this month with Customer Appreciation Days. Every Wednesday in October, loyalty members score double points on every purchase. And yeah, Dirt Cheap delivers. Just hit the app or the website. They'll bring it to your door up to 10 miles away. And Blues fans, use code BLUES for free delivery on your first order. Holiday gift sets are hitting the store soon, perfect for everyone on your list. So join the loyalty program, rack up the points, grab your weekly freebies, and save big at Dirt Cheap. Cheap, cheap, fun, fun. Jamie Rivers here with Katie from Elite Comfort Experts. Does your house feel dry enough to snap a cracker?
Dry air can increase your risk of getting sick. A Lennox humidifier can fix that fast, and we can install it quickly.
And their Comfort Club keeps everything running smooth all winter long. Be proactive. Let Elite Comfort Experts help you avoid any major furnace issues this winter.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Visit EliteComfortExperts.com.
That's EliteComfortExperts.com. Heating and cooling done the right way, powered by Lennox.
Starting now at the Home Depot, find what you need to bring the holidays home. Deck the halls with our easy-to-assemble pre-lit trees. Or pick up a piece from our Yuletide Lane Yard Decor collection. Whether you're going all out or adding some festive touches, make the holidays yours with the Home Depot.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program, Martin Kilcoyne. With the day off today, Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and we welcome you to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways by calling in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101, by texting in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, and by talking it over with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, where Jake Reynolds, Harry Hogg, John Scores, and the D-Gen from Jeffco are in there. And the D-Gen from Jeffco says to you, Doug, morning, boys. How about that big point the Blues grabbed last night, Doug? That's the D-Gen from Jeffco.
Oh, brother, I wouldn't look my direction for much of a contribution today. I don't anticipate being a whole lot of good to you, not after that loss, not after the sixth straight defeat. I just can't bounce back like I once could. And so it's going to be a troubling day for me.
So you're going to just shut it down?
I would think so. I went to the game, actually.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
That's impossible. I saw you last night, and now I know you're a liar.
And now 5 minutes after you left, Steve from Ballpark Village texted me with a couple of tickets, said, you want to go? And so Nick Vaughn and I said,
Nick
we will go. Yeah.
That Nick Vaughn, Doug's middle son, Jackson, you know what he is?
A delight.
He is.
That's exactly what
And
he
a
is.
piece of work.
Oh, is that right? See, I only see the delight side.
Boy, he loves going to those hockey games.
Baseball, too. He catches
He
all
was
those
wearing the
foul balls.
blue sweater. My boys were observing that. I saw Doug. There was a Halloween event in the downtown Kirkwood area,
That's
and
Christopher's gift shop.
that's exactly
Wonderful
right.
place.
And your son, Nick, is always so kind to my sons. I remember at the 2018 PGA Championship, Jackson, was it Jason Duffner who tossed a ball to Nick Vaughn? I think it was.
Sounds
Jason
like-
Duffner of Dude
remember-
Wipes fame.
Yeah, do you remember Duffnering?
I do.
Around 2013.
And he went and gave that to my son. 7 years ago. That was my son was
World
like,
class.
Yeah,
Well,
world class. And he always, and your wife has told my wife that he always wants to give my son some of the things that he has. I mean, how about this Nick Vaughn?
Standard for the family Vaughn.
Amen.
Just world-class
The family-
humans.
The family
The
Vaughn.
family Vaughn.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
And then
Thank
you see how it's reciprocated from now Doug and I are God-fearing men. Jackson believes in spirits, and we'll talk about that in the 8 o'clock hour.
Right.
But either
Horoscopes
way,
and stuff.
I think Yahweh repaid your good spirit. Jackson just thinks it's these spirits that he worships by repaying you, by Stephen Wildwood saying, you know what, here's 2 tickets for you and Nick Vaughn.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. I hadn't thought about going, and I thought, wait a minute, I'm not doing much here except standing out watching people give out candy at a trick-or-treat event in downtown Kirkwood. I believe I can make it at 7 o'clock, so we win.
Are you still at the point where you have to tell your son that it's only a 2-period game during the week, or does he know that?
He's pretty wise. He's been wise to that for about, I'd say 25 years now.
Sniff that one out.
Especially since he plays. It's tough to get away with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious what your opinion on that was last night, because there are 2 things that, if you want to get into the intricacy, I think would be overstating it. But if you want to look at it from seeing progress, it would be, I thought Snuggerud and Dvorsky were 2 of the best players on the ice. That's an exciting thing. And nearly were the heroes in that. And then on the other side, in addition, defensively, I think there was a mission that was drilled into their heads coming off of the loss on Tuesday to Detroit. Defensively, we cannot allow the opposition to run free in the middle of the ice, and I thought they did a much better job of that last night, although in the goal that was overturned because of interference late in the game, the Blues were not able to clear the puck, and Vancouver had an opportunity with Evander Kane in the middle of the ice. Now, with that all said, there is some progress, and that would be wonderful if, say, the team were playing at a level that was even 500 at this point. But when you're losing a game, you outplay the opposition as much as they did, and also they didn't have their best player. Blues didn't have their best player, but they didn't have Hughes. Blues didn't have Thomas. That's one, considering the Blues spot, you have to win, and they certainly had way more opportunities to do it, and yet Vancouver gets the 2 points. The Blues only get 1.
Points are precious, Tim.
Yeah, they are. Jackson doesn't understand that.
No, I wouldn't think he would, because that's really getting down into the weeds. But yeah, I thought they played considerably better than they had the last few games. They had 39 shots, not all of them glorious scoring opportunities, but a lot of them were. Just one of those nights when you're going bad, you just can't seem to get that break. They just can't. I guess they got it when the goal was overturned, because that was kind of borderline. That could have gone either way.
Well, I was texting with that non-ling when that was going on, and since you were at the game, then you're seeing a different perspective than you guys were still there, I gather, at that point.
Yeah. A lot of people left, though, right when that goal was scored. A lot of people got up
and said, that'll do it. It didn't even cross my mind that interference would be live. And I don't think that Chris Kerber or Joey Vitale will be with us coming up on the Stiefel dossier in the 8 o'clock hour. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. I don't think that they initially saw it, and then they slowed it down and replayed it, and there's McKernan, and there certainly is some contact, but I kind of thought initially Jim Montgomery was throwing a bit of a Hail Mary, like, oh, God.
Yeah. As I looked at the replay, I said, they're not going to call that goal back.
I really did not think
Barely
so initially. And the intensity, number one, the cameras cut to Montgomery and Ott, and they're having this thorough conversation and scribbling notes. Odd is while Montgomery's talking to him, and then since the review took as long as it did, you see Montgomery looking up there, and it's almost like he's just like praying for something. Jackson, would you call it Deus Ex Machina?
Yeah, something to just come out of the clouds and save them.
Got out of a machine.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Deus Ex Machina?
Don't ever say that to me again, please.
Yeah.
Tim said it.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jackson, you're the one who said it twice.
Yeah, right. I did emphasize it.
Essentially, Game of Thrones final 2 or 3 episodes. That is the ultimate example, I believe, of Deus Ex Machina. And in this particular case, I think I thought anyway that Jim Montgomery's was like, oh my God, no, we're going to lose this game. We finally really outplayed a team, and Vancouver was without a variety of players, not just Hughes, but they do get it. And, they slowed it down on the broadcast, and you could see how they can make a case. I kind of got the sense that Kerber didn't think it was going to get overturned, and Vitale was hoping it would, but wasn't sure. And sure enough, they get that point because of that, but nothing doing in the shootout. Braden Shen not able to keep the puck on his stick.
No, that was ugly.
And DeBrusk wins at beating Bennington. And, Doug, that's 6 in a row.
Yeah, I noticed quite a few empty seats that I hadn't seen.
I thought that as well.
Yeah. I don't know.
And that wasn't a late in the game after the goal that they thought was going to end up.
Not a lot of empty seats, but normally you don't see any.
It's a Halloween thing.
It could have been. I don't
People
know.
getting ready for Halloween?
Yeah, buying candy. Making costumes. Carving pumpkins.
Not only did you give this asinine excuse, but I think it was the pronunciation of costumes that drove it home for me. I don't know what dialect that was.
What did I say, costumes?
Yes.
Oh, like legumes.
Don't ever talk like that.
Yeah, Doug's not gonna deal with this well today.
I know he can't. He's not gonna be much good to us. That haircut looks good though.
Oh,
did you get a fade?
Yeah,
I didn't get a fade, really. Barber Jerry.
Let's get you a
always works
fade
me over.
and a BBL.
I'm not getting a BBL.
Would you like Doug to get a BBL? Text in 314-399-9646 for Jackson. This is his last day of sanity before next week. He will be actively updating people who do not have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So, Jackson, enjoy your 4 hours of serenity today, because on Monday morning, brother, it all starts up.
I welcome the challenge.
Okay. All right. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. Then you got that Air Comfort Service text inbox, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and the Collier and Thompson phone lines. That is how you can participate in the program. And on the Stiefel Dossier, Joey Vitale, 8:15. Brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of our podcast here on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. And the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, will be with us of PowerMizzou.com. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA for the last couple of years, and they are with us again for 2026. We are grateful for their support, and we ask that you support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in St. Louis, going back in 1979. And you hear from Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen every Tuesday here on the program because they are in St. Louis. And don't you want a local law firm if you are in need of a personal injury attorney? After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you're a Brown and Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need their services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on the morning after. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different, must be judged on its own accord. We will hear from the Blues coming up on the other side of our break. Joey Vitale, 8:15, Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock, and our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day with Shooter McGavin leading Buck Swope by 1. Doug.
No. Swope tied it up yesterday. Of course,
Doug.
my bookkeeping is behind.
Just to get some accuracy around.
Buck Swope won yesterday.
Okay, he sure did.
Wow.
That's my bad. I'll be.
I mean, isn't that though back-to-back days of the standings not being updated?
Oh, probably more. Probably like 3 or 4 days. But I eventually get there. Listen, it's not about who finishes first. It's about just getting finished.
I'm going to type that out to make sure it makes no sense.
Yeah, put that over like a landscape shot. Really? Some nice font.
Okay. That's a TikTok waiting to happen?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like,
I do notice there's a lot of words of wisdom in my algorithm when I don't have neckbeards and foliage breaking down playoffs.
That's my favorite kind of neckbeard.
And it's words of wisdom with like slow music behind them.
It all falls into those motivational guys, those like 24-year-olds who are like, if you don't have a Lamborghini by 25, you're a loser.
And then they yell at you while they lift weights?
Yeah, they're just crypto bros, like who are like think they've invented acquiring wealth. And we're all idiots for not having what they have.
Jackson's going to play some audio of guys lifting weights yelling at us coming up on the program. We also have the drops of the week, in addition to Design Air Heating and Cooling, which, for the record, is Buck Swope versus Shooter McGavin, tied for first. And if one of them don't win today, they'll have a one-game playoff on Monday when we return for our first program of November. Jackson's spitting out corporate motivational posters over here. That's from Who's On First.
Yeah, hang in there with the cat hanging off the tree. Kind of the same vibe.
And you see those in office parks?
Yeah, dentist office. You see a lot of them in dentist office.
Motivational posters in dentist office?
Sure. Well, there's a lot.
I guarantee you Dr. Brandon Pryor doesn't have that at 100 West Dental. I guarantee you. I don't even need to think twice about that.
No, much more modern. But I think some older ones, or maybe some...
Where there's cats hanging off trees?
Well, some of the practice might not be, it might be a little more painful than others, and you're like, just hang in there.
It must be so hard for Jackson to put a tally mark to who wins email of the day. That's from the 314, and he's fed up with this bookkeeping.
No excuses. I'll wear it. You're right.
Rivers was heckling Paper's basketball skills, said Jackie thinks he's LeBron on the court. Oh, Rivers went after your basketball skills?
I have the audio.
Wow.
Yeah, don't worry.
Have you and Jamie Rivers played?
No. That's the core of the audio, I would say. I think that Texter is trying to line some things up, but it's interesting.
Chris Pronger said to me following, I think it was Game 2 of the Blues Sharks series in 2000 with the delectable Mike Ricci, and he was saying some things, and Pronger goes, "Oh, you're trying to stir the pot, eh?"
Yeah, I would say that Texter was trying to, but
stir the pot.
In fairness, once you hear the audio, I think it's a little better, but it's interesting. It's a lot to unpack in the audio.
Is it really?
So we'll have that too.
Okay.
He said Tanner could take him. That's what my sources are telling me.
That Tanner could take me.
A lot of people without names saved here who they're going to be saving their names in the text inbox next week.
Starting Monday.
Yeah. So Jamie Rivers said Tanner could take you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll address it all.
Wow.
I'll address it all.
All right.
There's a lot that needs to be addressed.
Well, you can't threaten to fight coworkers.
Yeah,
Who said fight?
That's an HR situation.
When they say take you, I assume that means in a fight.
In hoops.
Oh, okay. I thought it meant...
No,
yeah, I felt like grabbing your hips or something.
I've never been in a fight, and I hope that I never have to be in a fight.
Okay. But you will fight Tanner.
I'll fight him on the court, like play him.
Huh. Elbows flying, probably.
It's fine by me.
All right.
I'm not scared.
How long will Jackson's campaign to swindle Buck Swope be allowed? That's from Minute Bowl eligible. People are starting to catch on.
I could have said nothing, and they would have just been 6'5", but I did say something because I'm the bigger man.
Okay.
Bigger than who?
The proverbial other person.
You were down on Buck yesterday.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know why I geeked out like that. That was weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that.
That was
I don't know why I did that.
I assume that audio is not available.
I don't want it to be.
But I know it's there. The issue is Doug and me have no idea how to cut it or get it into the system.
No. Yeah.
It's a core issue.
Maybe
I'll go down the hallway and see if Rizzuto can help an on-air guy out.
You should walk in while they're on the air.
Yeah.
Hey, I need to get some audio.
Here is, real quick. While we're giving people inaccurate picks on the FanDuel spread zone, can you help me edit audio and somehow get it into the 101 ESPN system? Because Jackson wigged out at the end of the show yesterday from Buck Swope's email. Of all of the things to get you upset.
It's not good. No.
And I actually had to say to him, remember Gangster Pete's advice to you when you were...
Yeah, no, you're right. It's just
all it was Doug Jackson ripping off his movie takes from some Ringer podcast.
It's just like we need
is it Van Lathan? Is that
yeah, I love Van Lathan too.
We need the cat poster in here.
Yeah.
To remind you to hang in there.
Usually I try my hardest to stay disciplined, let things roll off me, and I don't know why, but that made me snap. And I apologize to Buck, and that's just not...
Did you reach out to him?
No, but I'm doing it here. Well, I mean, I'm not going to do that much, but I do feel bad, and I apologize. But it's more so I'm just embarrassed for myself. I was thinking about it way too long yesterday, about how embarrassed I was.
Even after the show?
Yeah. Well,
that was a little off-brand, I have to say.
Super off-brand, and I'm salty at myself about it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I
appreciate
it honestly
that.
I was like, damn it, why do I... Because that's like the thing is like at the end of the show too. It's like just wait 3 minutes and you can just go about your day.
I actually was driving yesterday and I'm like, and I don't know why it hit me. I'm dead serious. I'm like, wow, that was really...
bad.
It's like Buck Swope found your one sensitive spot. Turns out it's Van Lathan. Who knew?
Nah, does it. I can let things usually, Doug, within each man lives 2 wolves.
God, I need another motivational poster.
Start writing some of these things down.
It lives 2. This is some.
What kind of wolves?
Old philosopher said this. One wolf.
Is this Dances with Wolves? Tatanka. Remember that Tatanka? Watch this. Tatanka.
Doug, watch it.
Yeah,
Are you looking at it?
I see it. The horns. I see it.
You can't get this anywhere else.
No, that's why you got to be on the YouTube channel.
Within each man lives 2 wolves, and one wolf is only interested in self-pity and anger and hate, and the other is kindness and good deeds and being a good person. And the only way a wolf can win is if you feed each or the other wolf, and I fed the evil wolf in that moment, when I usually am only feeding the good wolf. So lesson learned, continue to feed the good wolf, leave the bad wolf to starve.
There you go. That's the motivational poster.
Okay. More
and you'll see
now
that
than
in
I
dentist
walked in.
offices, but not at 100 West Dental. There's no chance in hell Dr. Brandon Pryor has this thing about wolves up in his...
The wolf one is good. I might not have said it right.
They got big teeth, so maybe the dentist should look into that as a poster.
We played the Wolf Sisters yesterday.
Don't forget about Wolf Blitzer.
Right.
That's correct.
Mount Rushmore of wolves.
Doug, within my man lives 2 gerbils. That's from Professor Roy
That's
Hinckley.
actually a better one. The evil gerbil and the kind and helpful gerbil.
Have you run into kind and helpful gerbils?
Oh, yeah. Have I personally? No, but I've heard tales. And so feed the good gerbil. That's the key today.
Okay.
Doug Tatanka had the original unbeaten streak in WWF before Goldberg broke it in WCW. That's from FestusHotelDeals.com. I got to tell you, I didn't know that. And was Tatanka originally the Red Rooster? And he was just a gentleman with a mullet who painted his mullet red, and they called him the Red Rooster. I feel like McMahon took a week off. And then he became Tatanka with the popularity of Dances with Wolves, and that led us to Jackson telling us about the 2 wolves who lead inside of him, and then Professor Roy Hinckley saying that his man has 2 gerbils living inside of him. That's how we've arrived here, I believe.
Yeah, I'm going to amend that kind of philosophy to the 2 gerbils that live within each man. Feed the good
As
gerbil.
opposed to wolves.
Well, they're always battling, but the only one that can win is the one you feed.
Huh. I read where that's how we got domesticated dogs based on the good wolf, bad wolf theory.
Is that really?
Oh, my God, you actually are aware of this.
Yeah, this is like some old philosopher said this.
Primitive man, wolves would follow them around for food scraps, and those wolves that were nice would be fed by the humans and maybe even kept around for some protection. And those nasty wolves that might want to eat a human were killed or scared off. And so the wolves that stayed around humans and reproduced tended to have the nicer personality, to the point where now we have the poodle lapdog in our house.
What a victory. That's good knowledge there, Doug. Thank you.
The evolution of wolves was such that the nice ones got to live and the bad ones were killed or scared off.
I got to tell you something. I just learned something on this show. First time, 21 years.
This is good.
Tatanka was not the Red Rooster. Now I've learned 2 things. But today's going to be an NPR broadcast. We're just going to learn things. And Jackson's going to read from corporate posters and office parks.
Yeah, just to reset everything,
That was from Little Beer Cat's Cuck Stool. And I believe that Cuck Stool is at Murray State, I think.
Is that similar to the cuck chair in a hotel room that every hotel room has? The little side
every
chair?
hotel room has a cuck
I think the
chair.
more modern, kind of like South Beach hotels have the stool.
Oh, really?
But your suburban hotels where dad has to stay after, being out at happy hour too long and meeting up with the waitress. That has the cuck chair.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Sometimes it's kind of like one of those therapist chairs that you can lay your feet out against. I think that would probably be the creme de la creme in terms of cuck chairs in a hotel with a little table on the side.
What is your creme de la creme of cuck chairs? 314-399-9646. You can also share it with other viewers of the program. 144 friends have gathered in there in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, including Donna Mallett's Hip Huggers, who says, I enjoyed Tim's QFTA. The female anchors in St. Louis should listen to it for advice on leveraging their brand. I got to tell you, now the title of the QFTA was what?
Tim's going to WFAN and he's effed.
Right. Oh. But I have no idea. I don't believe I talked about female anchors at all, but I don't remember what we talk about on this show. I'll remember the wolves and gerbils thing, certainly. Mm-hmm. And I don't remember that we talked. I can't imagine I was talking about female anchors, but I need Donna Mallett's Hip Huggers to call in.
We definitely talked about the SNY thing back in, 07?
Yeah. Well, that was the question, I believe. Was that John Scores who sent it in, Doug, or MD 2020?
It was MD 2020. It was MD 2020.
And he thought my job offer in New York was to go to WFAN, hence the title of the episode.
Right, or just like
be a takesmith.
Yeah,
right. Just being an anchor. You could be an anchor, right? I know you're not interested in it now, but you could be an anchor in any market, but we couldn't go and do this like in... I mean, it doesn't have to be New York City. It could be Kansas City. You know what I mean? Because you don't know the teams, and you also don't really care either. So that's what MD 2020, Jackson, you said it was?
Yeah, it was MD 2020. And
how would that have worked for you, going in there and like giving takes on the Knicks and Islanders? It's like, that wasn't the gig. I was just reading off a prompter. Yeah. Any ass jockey can do that.
For sure. Any ass jockey.
Thank you.
But I still just imagine you at like WFAN.
Screaming about the Jets quarterback situation.
Like one bad take, and then they find out you're from St. Louis. They're like, this farm boy thinks he can come up here with these takes.
Where the hell is St. Louis anyway?
It was a nice little burg.
That's what I was told.
We're all farmers.
When I went and did a story at WIP in Philadelphia when the Rams and Eagles were playing the SC Championship, I said, what do you guys know about St. Louis? It's a nice little burg in the Midwest. It's a nice haunt. I remember the guy saying that to me, and his name was Angelo, too.
Yeah.
It's a nice burg in the Midwest. It's a nice haunt. We'll fly over it when we go to L.A. or Frisco.
It's nice.
But as far as football goes, haven't you lost a team? Yeah, little did he know, in 14 years we'd lose another.
Dave Chappelle tells a really funny story. He went to a Kevin Hart show and visited him backstage when it was in Dave's hometown. And someone was like, damn, Dave, what are you doing out here? This is a bad area. And Dave's like, yeah, thanks, I live here.
Yeah. Well, tough spot. I mentioned Dr. Brandon Pryor after Jackson started just reading from office posters and then said they were from dentist's office, and I just reject that. Dr. Brandon Pryor, I just know. I don't even need to text him. When we were texting that I do love the volunteers, his volunteers, this weekend. He built brand new offices, and I'm certain that he doesn't have this thing about the two wolves in his office, but maybe he'll put it up there now. They're on Manchester in Baldwin. Go online at 100westdental.com and work with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. No phone call is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you can book right then and there. No dental insurance? No problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have an offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're not sure you want to go through with Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you what it'll look like before you even go through with it, so you know, and then you can make the decision. It's 100 West Dental, built with the most modern dental technology and no posters about two wolves. 100westdental.com. Joey Vitale, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. We'll hear from the Blues on last night's loss next on TMA 101 ESPN.
The World Series is on ESPN. Tonight, Dodgers and Blue Jays. Pregame at 6, first pitch at 7. The Fall Classic plays on 101 ESPN.
Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting at your fingertips, the way it should be.
Jamie Rivers, Anthony Stoltz, our guy Stewie's here. Stewie, always talk about, is this a good time to refi? Is it not? What do you think right now?
Anthony Powell opened his mouth. That gives us an opportunity to refi. Now, there's two ways of doing it. Get a lower rate for free, improve your cash flow, that put money in your pocket right away. Or we took an ESPN listener. We took him from a 28 years left to a 20-year, kept the payment the same, saved $160,000 in cash.
314-324-4440. That's our guy Stewie's personal cell phone number, and you can always Google the Bagel Loan.
NMLS number 226715.
The legendary Fast Eddie of Fast Eddie's Bon Air and Redbirds Hall of Famer, Jason Isringhausen.
Hey, Izzy, what's going on, man? Looks kind of like you got something on your mind.
Well, Eddie boy, I'm thinking you may need to change the name of your place from Fast Eddie's to $5 Eddie's.
$5 Eddie's? Man, why in the world would I call it $5 Eddie's?
Well, I was in there the other day and bought myself the coldest beer I've ever had in my life, and I gave the guy $5. And then I went over and got some of those huge cold water peel and eat shrimps, and I gave her $5.
Well, I never really thought about that. There's a lot of $5 going on in there.
And then I went back up and got one of those huge Fast Eddie cheeseburgers, and I gave them $5 again.
Man, definitely has a ring to it. I think there's a lot of $5 going on.
Yeah, and I had about $100 worth of good time.
Well, that's good to hear, and it's easy to do with live music 7 days a week and a big old party going on that big, beautiful outdoor patio.
Well, like Mr. Shannon always says, if you're 21 and in the mood, head on over to Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois, and maybe take a selfie on that old Harley Davidson of mine.
Who else has got a Cardinal Hall of Famer's Harley Davidson sitting out on the patio for some selfies?
Only Eddie boy.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Let Banner Construction show you what a difference James Hardy can make to your home. Banner's exterior design team will show you custom design options to transform your home into the neighborhood showplace. Banner is a preferred James Hardy and Pella window specialist.
Halloween, go grab a sheet or your favorite mask. Trick or treat, door by door to fill our bags with candy. Scary things waiting for you around the corner of every street. It's Halloween, it's time to scare the pants off your friends. It's Halloween, it's time to collect strangers' candy. It's Halloween, it's time to do some pumpkin carving. What are you going to be for Halloween?
Let's let this one simmer.
Haunting piano.
Zombie
listen to this on repeat. Listen to that right there.
A little synth.
Yeah, I think they had Stevie Wonder come in. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Happy Halloween, Doug. Are you trick-or-treating this evening?
Well, I won't be.
Yikes.
Nick Vaughn's going to wear the rabbit costume. We got a 6-foot rabbit costume, so he'll have that. So I won't have anything to wear. So probably not. I probably will not.
The Bad Bunny.
Not go.
Is this the Bad Bunny?
Yeah, the Bad Bunny outfit. Yeah. I did see a guy last night at Kirkwood where all these little kids walking around store to store getting candy from all the shop owners. And there was one guy, I swear he was 70 years old and didn't have a costume on, but he had a bag and he was going and getting candy everywhere. He didn't say this is for my grandchild or my child. He just said trick or treat, and they gave him candy.
Is that frowned upon?
No, just a little odd. You don't see it very much.
I think you can do that like in your 70s, but like if you were in your 40s or 50s,
weird.
I think it would be like really odd.
No, you never know what the situation is.
Sure,
It just looked kind of funny.
Did you happen to see, Doug and I were at the same event last night and ran into each other before Doug went to the Blues game in Jackson. You were watching at home, I gather?
I was babysitting my nieces.
And watching the Blues game there?
No. They went. I was begging them. I was like, please, let's put on the Blues game, girls. Like, come on. Like, Vancouver's in town. We got to get a victory here. And they were like, no, Uncle Jay, we want to watch Toy Story. I was like, all right. So
That's who you are, Uncle Jay.
Uncle Jay, I kind of like that.
Yeah, Uncle
Might
Jay.
call you that from now on.
Fine by me.
Okay, Uncle Jay's with us. Martin is off today. Chairman Kurt is vacationing in the Hamptons. And Jackson's sideways with Buck Swope and not giving him proper amounts of wins. And what is a showdown here for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? And I have a feeling you're going to hear about that coming up at about 10:50. That's my read.
I know. Man.
That's my read. And I have to tell you, I understand where Buck Swope is. Plus, Buck Swope got your bad wolf out yesterday.
Big time, yeah. I fed the bad wolf, and I was really bad about it yesterday. I felt bad.
Did it really bother you?
Yes.
Oh, it shouldn't. Didn't bother anybody else.
That's Doug Vaughn wisdom right there, my man.
It doesn't.
Thank you, Doug.
I agree with what he said there, but if I were in your spot, I would understand it too.
Yeah, that's just how I'm wired. I think about stuff too much, and fed the bad wolf, fed the bad gerbil there for a minute.
It happens to the best of them.
Yeah, but we'll feed the good gerbil from here on out. Sometimes it's only a mistake if you don't learn from it.
Think about that.
Only a mistake. I'm writing down more slogans today.
This was Office Park Friday. It is TMA 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN YouTube channel and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Our recommendation is the TMA STL YouTube chat that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. That's Michelob Ultra. Also the sponsor today, I believe, the last day to sign up papers, if I'm not mistaken, Uncle Jay. Tee it up with TMA giveaway, which is presented to you by Michelob Ultra. If you want to play golf with me in Jackson at Fox Run, which is an incredible golf course, already was a great layout and new ownership, and they have redesigned it, and it is, it's first class. I can't say enough good things about it. That's where we're going to play. Use the code SWING to get entered to win now, either at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Must be 21. The Tee It Up with TMA giveaway is courtesy of Michelob Ultra Superior Light Beer. It is the Tee It Up with TMA giveaway presented to you by Michelob Ultra. So Doug does go to the Blues game last night after the great chairman Stephen Wildwood gives him and Nick Vaughn tickets. And I watched it at home, and I did come away with going, yeah, they certainly played a better game. I would gather that's kind of
Yeah. I thought they played pretty well.
But you have to capitalize on the situation. Vancouver was not all healthy. Of course, the Blues are dealing with the Thomas and Neighbors situation, so it's like they're all healthy as well. But as Jim Montgomery said, we're the more desperate team, so I kind of expected that. Did get great play from Snuggerud and Dvorsky, so that is a positive. But when you're in the midst of a 6-game losing streak, it's tough to spin. Sugar, here is what Jim Montgomery had to say on the scoring opportunities that the Blues did not capitalize on.
I got to think that there's 6 to 7 chances that should have been in the back of the net. at least we're there now. We're getting more chances. That's a good thing. So it's a step in the right direction. That's the positive. The negative is there's some game management issues and there's some decisions that just we have to become a smarter hockey team.
They got a break, too, and Vancouver had a breakaway, and the guy's stick broke in half. Did you see that?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. The stick almost hit Bennington in the head.
But Tim's toothless bottom boy doesn't necessarily see it that way. He says the amount of weird bounces we've had go against us, I don't even really know what to say about it. That's from Tim's toothless bottom boy.
Well, if that's all it is, that should even out.
So
if you think it's just
you're
bad
buying
puck
stock
luck,
then.
Well, those who think it's just bad puck luck should take some solace in knowing that should even out over time.
So you're talking to Tim's toothless bottom boy.
Yeah, pretty much. But I don't think they played poorly last night at all, and they still wound up losing.
Right. So that is 6 straight losses. I listened to all of Oscar Sundqvist's postgame, and Jackson, I know you have some of it. It was really good, by the way. I like to give the audience recommended reading and recommended listening. This was on the Curbside podcast, which I listen to each morning before we do TMA. So I recommend subscribing to the Curbside podcast, which 101 ESPN turns out. And Oscar Sundqvist was really reflective as well as detailed. I'm not sure which one you have here, Papers, but he said bottom line is we just got to win the game.
Yeah.
Here he is.
I think so. I think we're better than them most of the game, and we should win this game. That's the bottom line, and we didn't, and it sucks. And honestly, right now, I wouldn't care if we get dominated a full game as long as we win.
Yeah, it's kind of where it is. If this is an illustration of progress that will be sustained against a team that the Blues have had some issues with, even though they've kind of been a random team, but they are playing well. They've won 3 in a row, Columbus tomorrow night. Then great. But when you're in the spot that they are in at this point in the season, and you've had a bunch of home games, and you're going to have some more, and they're jammed in here because of the way things are going to work out with the Olympic break in February. You got to get it right, and you got to get it right quickly. And I realize you're going, man, the season wasn't even around 4 weeks ago. But considering the circumstances and considering the level of talent in your division, it's got to turn around super quick if this season is going to be what I think 90+% of the fan base thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I remember when we picked before the opener, we all thought they'd finish about third place.
That's right.
Third place would be looking pretty sweet right now.
They would need twice as many points as they have to be in third place right now.
Let me run the Vaughn Index numbers real quick if I could. You guys mind if I do that?
I don't have a problem with it. Why don't you do that? I'll tell people about Design Air Heating and Cooling because I know this takes you, it usually takes you about 4 or 5 minutes to pull it.
Yeah.
Design Air is online at designairservice.com. They're the sponsor of the email of the day, and they are coming by my house today for the tune-up. I thought it was yesterday, but it was actually today, and it always was today. So I'd like to apologize to the audience for saying it was on the 30th when in reality it was on the 31st, and I'm going to take some time.
Yeah.
I will tweet out an apology. It'll be well received, and Seth Goldcamp and I will talk about it. But they're coming to the house today for the furnace tune-up, and you can schedule yours at designairservice.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA and the sponsor of our email today. Turn up your furnace so when it gets cold in St. Louis, you know you have nothing to worry about because Design Air is already taking care of it in the fall. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It takes about 90 seconds to schedule that furnace tune-up. All right, Doug, you have been running numbers on the Blues Vaughn Index.
Yeah. Well, based on their goal differential of -16 and the fact they've only won 1 of their 7 home games, that comes to about an 8. The Vaughn Index is an 8.
Now,
you want the highest number you can get, obviously, but their number is an 8.
But just for the record, that's also their point total.
So if you want to fact check it, that's correct. It would come out to be an 8.
Big time sports talk.
That's right.
Accuracy is very important with the Vaughn Index.
On this program, only one team in the NHL has fewer points.
And that would be Calgary.
That's correct.
Well, shucks. We just got to hang in there. We just got to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and know there's a long season yet to go. And there's 2 wolves and 2 gerbils.
Nice.
And we got to play the good wolf and the good gerbil and tell the other 2 to hit the bricks.
Yeah. Well, in hockey, I would say sometimes feeding the bad gerbil would be beneficial. You know,
that's what they would say when some enforcers would go out there and do a little scrapping. They're feeding the bad gerbil.
Yeah, like Jansen, get ready, feed the bad gerbil, and then they'd send him out there.
Oh,
and then Cam would go out there and feed the bad gerbil.
Yeah,
I saw him on the big board at the game last night.
Yeah, he's got the in-house entertainment.
Boy, they could use him running around a little bit right now.
He feeds the good gerbil in his post-playing career. Great.
But you want Cam to feed the bad gerbil.
On the ice when he needs to fight somebody. Like I saw a video of the alumni game from a couple years ago where he fought Biz Nasty, and that was good stuff. That was real good stuff.
And you like that because you hate Barstool?
No, I don't hate Barstool.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was good stuff, you know?
It does seem like the Blues could use a character like that.
Yeah.
Somebody to get the crowd going a little bit, plaster some people into the boards, drop the mittens if he needs to.
Pat the cat the wrong way?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
I don't want to hear from Sundquist. I want to hear from the $8 million players after the game, not the $2 million guys. That's Harrison's brother master. Not happy.
Sorry, Oscar Sundquist. You don't make enough money for Harrison's brother master, so your opinion is useless.
Well, what will we do? What will we do?
Well, it's a little turnaround against Columbus, I guess.
Yeah. Be good to get on the road, do some bonding. That's what you say on the early road trips.
It doesn't sound like you believe it, though.
No, I don't believe it.
I just can't believe that we and people around the league and the organization, the fan base, we're just this off on this team. That's why. But, you know, at some point, even if they are a decent team, you got to accumulate some points. I mean, they are way back already.
And what did they really miss from last year's team? That was awfully darn good the last half of the season anyway. I mean, what's gone from that team that would make this kind of a difference?
Why do you hate Ryan Suter?
I guess that's about it.
What about...
Who knew he was the linchpin to the whole thing?
What about Foxa? You talked about the sandpaper in his game.
He had a lot of sandpaper in his game. But so does Sonny, and Sonny's back now. He seemed to miss a lot of last year with injuries. It's no wonder the way he plays.
Sweaters, maybe?
We don't have enough heavy sweaters.
The sweaters.
New sweaters.
No, Jackson did not like the home sweater, and he's pointing out the record and the fact that the only game they've won at home was not in this new sweater.
I want it on the record, though. I do really like the look of the new sweater. I think it's great. But you can't argue with the results that we've seen so far. They've yielded negative results.
What if they put the dark sweaters back on and they win a game or two, and now they're reluctant to go back to the new sweaters that they built this whole marketing campaign around?
We talk about 2 wolves, you know.
Boy, that would be quite a situation. I don't anticipate coming down the road, but if it happened, I feel confident this program would actually cover it properly with our obsessions with uniforms. For the record, with all the home games the Blues will have once they get done with a bit of a road stretch after Washington, Buffalo next week, they will have played about 28% of their home games by November 15th. So just as a little how do you do as to where things are because of the condensed schedule with the Olympic break, I realize, and by the way, there isn't a lot of pushback on this, that, okay, it is early, but it's a problem. That just kind of gives you an idea of where things are and what happened last year. Even with that winning streak, they still needed to be the final game, final day, tiebreakers, just to get in. So I think we've seen around here a couple of runs that maybe make you think, okay, that's fine. Those are mathematical outliers. What happened in 2009 and what happened last year, that stuff isn't real commonplace, and the ship has to be righted. If you're not going to have neighbors for a good long while, and Thomas's situation is certainly up in the air, you got to get the goaltenders right, however they're going to handle that that's something to keep an eye on here as this thing struggles. And that's why, they played better last night, but it's still, 6 straight losses. There's no way to spin that.
If it makes you feel any better, and I'm sure it won't, there are other teams that were very good last year, also off to very slow starts. Florida's sitting in 6th place in the Atlantic. They won it all.
And you're calling for Paul Maurice's head this morning.
I'm not. Toronto was a good team. They're in last place.
You're calling for Chiefs' head.
No. Minnesota was decent last year. They're just 1 point ahead of the Blues. Calgary tied the Blues in the regular season. They got the worst record in the league. So there are other teams that played very well last year that are also off to dismal starts. Does that make you feel any better? It doesn't, does it?
No, because we forgot to mention Zach Bolduc.
Yeah.
Org as a whole is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah. What's Bolduc doing now? How many goals? He's got about 20 goals yet.
I think he only has 1 even strength goal, if that makes you feel any better.
It does. Okay. Now I'm back up. Four goals for the year.
Your thoughts are welcome. Will you ask Joey or fact check him on what he said last night, please? He said sharks don't have bones. That's from Jackson Mamdani.
They don't. They have cartilage.
Yeah.
Well, we'll still fact check him, though, Jackson Mamdani. You idiots. We suck because we don't have John Kelly. That's from the 618. There is a portion of the Blues fan base, Doug, who does believe that there is a John Kelly curse. I don't believe John Kelly, conducted the curse.
Or would condone that talk.
Right.
I don't think the players go out there and race for the puck thinking about John Kelly not being there.
I like to imagine that they do.
I don't think they do.
Wow, look at Doug doing some hockey show prep. Maybe he isn't a donkey. That's from Chairman's pocket partner.
Whoever thought Doug was a donkey? I'll come after that guy.
So now you want Buck Swope and Chairman's pocket partner?
I make my peace with Buck Swope.
Oh, what'd you say to him?
I audibly hear, This is me.
What if he's not listening to the show?
That's unlikely. This is me pulling my guns out of my holster and laying them on the tabletop.
It's 100% the John Kelly curse, Doug. That's from Paranormal Paul.
I just don't think so.
I'm so fired up for this weekend. Did a big line of woof and got cracked by the lawn guy. Big things coming for my monogramming business. Stay tuned. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom who slept with the lawn guy.
Got cracked by him? I don't like that
did a
term.
big line of woof.
Got cracked is really funny.
I don't like the term.
That's the new term.
So the lawn service comes over. I imagine they're probably there for a while, just based on the acreage.
Right. You'd have to think.
And she sees a gentleman trimming the shrubs who she likes.
Yeah, well, now
takes a break from monogramming, does a big line of woof, and then goes out to the pool house and bangs this guy?
Well, now would be the season, because if you were to do that in the midst of summer, you'd have to think that lawn care guy is going to be pretty ripe.
Well, maybe that's her kink. Don't kink shame, man.
It's true. That's true. But based on the fact that she said she did it recently, makes me think that she's using the rationale.
Fall time.
Right. That this gentleman, he's been working outside all day, but he probably won't be overly sweaty. Or maybe she likes that, And
again, don't want to kink shame.
I'm so primal about it.
It's the daylight savings time curse. That's from Steven Time, and he obviously loves time.
That's Sunday, right?
Sunday morning, 2 a.m.
Oh, so we get an extra hour?
It will be dark in St. Louis at 4:45. That hurts.
Oof.
Doug and I don't do well with this time of year, Jackson.
Yeah.
Cold weather, darkness. No thanks.
It does suck.
Tough for ball striking.
Really tough. It makes the days feel really weird when you drive home, and it's the worst is if you drive to work and it's dark, and then you leave work and it's dark.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, man. What a time to be alive.
Well, that's why you go to 5-iron golf, because the golf course is always open there.
The sun never sets on 5-iron golf.
Oh, this guy.
These slogans are just
Donnie Draper over here, eh? He's like Donnie Draper over here, eh?
I know it is. I have a dart.
And today is the last day of the October special for TMA listeners to join 5-iron golf. 13 simulators at 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. It is phenomenal. 5irongolf.com. You can become a member in October and receive 10% off your membership. This is for TMA listeners only. Just mention TMA when signing up. You might be like, well, what is 5-Iron Golf, bruh? No problem. I would say it's a restaurant/bar with 13 TrackMan simulators. Now, if you're a nerd like myself, you go in there and I'm like, all right, let's see what my spin rate is. Let me see what the attack angle is. All right, let's see how we're, if the face is open, if the face is too closed. You can play 200 courses. They've got it all there on these TrackMan simulators. So you can nerd out like that, or you can actually have friends. I don't know what that's like. You can actually have friends, and you can go there and you can hang out with them and have some libations and delicious treats. I went there on Sunday with my older son, had the NFL games on, and we were sitting there playing St. Andrews. It's wonderful. And I think it was like a $5 bottomless, boneless wings deal going on, half off pizza on Sunday. The place is incredible. No dress codes. You don't have to sit there and go, okay, do I got to get in my golf attire? No. No dress code, just golf. And if you're looking for the perfect corporate happy hour spot, 5 Iron Golf is a full-service restaurant with a bar, lively atmosphere, and, like I said, a 13 TrackMan simulators. It's only $169 per month for memberships. And if you join in October, you get 10% off. So today is the last day to do it. Go to 5irongolf.com, and when you sign up, mention TMA and get 10% off your membership. 5 Iron Golf, a new sponsor here on The Morning After. Talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMA YouTube channel and talk it over. And then also, you can text into the program at 314-399-9646 and call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. 314-974-0101. On our Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale at 8:15. Presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, and Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, presented to you by the great James Carlton of Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. It's all Halloween, all hockey, all college football, all gerbil talk today on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hi, it's Martin Kilcoyne, and I'm going to Scotland. You've heard me talking about it. A lot of folks have responded to this. I'm excited about it. I want you to join me for a trip of a lifetime. Next June the 15th, we'll discover spectacular Scotland with Colette. Limited to a small group. If you've always wanted to go to Scotland, this is your chance. We'll visit the historic capital of Edinburgh, going to Glasgow, checking out the Highlands, the amazing Orkney Islands. I've gone online and checked some of these sites out. It's just spectacular. I've read a lot about the seafood, the wildlife. It is a trip of a lifetime. Don't miss out. Colette will handle all the details. They put together a webinar where you can learn more. That's on November 11th at 6 o'clock. So call now. Talk to Sherry at All Terra Travel. Get signed up at 314-968-9600. Join us November 11th to find out more. You can go to 101ESPN.com. Call All Terra Travel for this trip of a lifetime. Me, you, headed to spectacular Scotland. All Terra Travel at 314-968-9600.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last evening in a shootout to the Canucks. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Boy, this guy's really down about this Blues loss.
This is more Halloween themed. Oh, is this chalky? Is this chalky Halloween music?
I've never really thought of this as a Halloween song.
I haven't either.
Well, it's the association with the underworld.
Okay. You think Halloween has underworld overtones?
Sure.
You do?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Classic literature, it sure would.
Oh, there it is, talking down to you again.
Classic literature.
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's a side of Halloween that's very fun and for kids, and there's another side of Halloween where it gets a little spooky.
Two wolves again, two gerbils, if you will.
Essentially.
Yeah, both of them. It's TMA 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. You can listen to it, of course, on 101 ESPN, and you can stream it on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. And you always can go back and podcast. The podcast here on The Morning After brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company. Longtime TMA sponsor, longtime TMA listener, that Jason Gosrow. Really good guy. If you run into any issues with your garage door, Schaefer Door is the company to work with. Go online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. And he set up a number specifically for our listeners to call or text 636-782. 3608. If you hear that garage door snap, crash to the ground, you need SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on 101 ESPN, and longtime TMA sponsor, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. So, Doug, you'll be handing out candy. Jackson's going to Wheelhouse and getting bottle service dressed up as Bad Bunny.
That would be interesting.
And I will be out trick-or-treating tonight.
Oh, yeah.
With my family, as we were last night. And we will then return home, gather around the fire, drink bourbon, post it on Instagram, and watch Game 6 of the 2025 World Series. And a little fun fact for no one tell that was in my TikTok algorithm that was not neckbeards and foliage complaining about the college football playoff. Is that what it is? Or where game day is located?
Right.
And that is this, Trey Savage, who had the big start the other night. Doug, he has only made $57,000 so far this year in baseball. And
really? Wouldn't he be making the major league minimum at this point?
But that's prorated.
Right. And it's about $750 or so.
And he was asked about, how valuable this run he has had will be to him. And he said, yeah, for me, it's going to be real nice when that playoff bonus check hits my account.
I bet it will be.
Because that is quite a nice hit. What do you think the World Series winner receives as far as a check goes?
Each individual player?
That's right.
How about $2 million?
I'll go a little less. I'll say 1.1.
Let's see. It is actually a share of gate receipts.
Oh, interesting. So they got some skin in the game.
Yeah, how about that? It's a rev share.
I guess I get that. I assume that would be pretty... I mean, do you get more then because the Dodgers have a huge capacity for their stadium? Like, they put more asses in this... Like, if Cleveland went in with the smallest ballpark, they would get less than if it's like Dodgers versus the other biggest stadium.
I guess if it's just solely on gate receipts.
That Rogers Center looks massive. So,
The Savage is fine. He had a $4 million signing bonus.
Oh, yeah, there's probably that.
Well, I mean, you never know people's spending habits.
Right, that's the case. Well, he's got an expensive lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. He's been getting bottle service as well.
The Canadian dollars is all over the place, Willies and toonies. I don't know.
Just for a point of reference, the Dodgers, each player last year received $477,000 apiece.
Okay.
That had to be nice for Shohei.
Sure. He probably said, nah, give it to the clubby.
Like Ty Webb. There's a check for $50,000. Keep it.
Keep it, right. There's a couple of them, too.
Tony Vitale was introduced in San Francisco yesterday by the Giants and his new boss, Buster Posey, the pride of D. Smet, next to Michael Wellington, introduced as the new Giants manager, and he was asked about maybe calming down a little bit. Now that he is a major league manager, here's what he had to say.
I think if you asked my mom, she'd want me to tone it down. But if you ask my dad, he'd say kick it up a notch, I think it is completely different. There's obviously, we didn't waste any time. We got to the first question that everybody was maybe thinking and should ask. And it is very different. So I think the one thing about each game unto itself, whether it's high school, college, or pro, is it's kind of got its own personality, its own flavor. And you have to adapt to that particular day, especially in our sport. I mean, the one common theme that I always, when I first started coaching that I didn't like is when you you lose, 9-6, it's the pitching let us down. And then when you lose 3-2, it's, pitchers did their job, but the hitters didn't hit. You win and lose as a team, and every game, for whatever reason, kind of has its own vibe to it. And I feel every day is like that, too. And whether it's 162, 56, or whatever, baseball is a sport that is built on sample size, and you have to be willing to separate each one as a mutually exclusive one and attack it for what it is at that particular time. So I wish I had an answer in my own head, to be honest with you, because as I first got here, I was like, man, there are a lot of unknowns and just a lot of wonder in my mind. And, of course, you can ask people and draw on previous information, but until you live it out, you don't know what it's going to be like.
He was very impressive in that press conference yesterday. I don't think that's particularly surprising for those who are familiar with him in Knoxville or just know him from St. Louis, know his dad from DeSmet as well. He certainly has an energy and a charisma about him that has made him an incredibly successful leader. But for Giants fans in Northern California, in the Bay Area, who weren't familiar with him and are like, whoa, we're hiring a guy straight out of college? What the hell's going on? I have a feeling that he did the hashtag winning of the press conference.
Yeah, you don't make that leap unless you've got a big personality. No flat tires make that kind of leap.
That's the second straight day you've gone this.
Yeah, you got to have a lot going for you to make that move and have some credibility, and he does. His record at Tennessee was incredible. He's full of personality, young guy. They'll love him out there.
Buster Posey certainly was very high on him as well. Obviously, not only did he make the bold choice to hire him, but you could tell throughout the course of the press conference, Posey was entertained and amused by him, just by what he was not only saying about Vitale, but also you could tell this by his body language throughout. He said, when we first started talking to Tony, it was abundantly clear that he's just a natural leader. And he said the unique thing about this process was, and it's one thing I've really come to appreciate about Tony and honestly made me feel more confident in this decision, is he was hard to get a hold of because he was on the field all the time or he was bouncing city to city recruiting. And just because this was on his plate, he was still full go with his job at Tennessee. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for that. That's a good little tell there, I have to say. It's a nice little tell. Yeah, if you're sitting around doom-scrolling TikTok like me, that might be a sign.
Yeah, probably not ready for the Giants dugout.
Right. And he was still busting his ass for the Vols.
We've seen a real change over the last 10 years or so with major league teams willing to hire managers who weren't necessarily, 15-year veteran players. Because it used to be you almost always had to have played in the major leagues to get any kind of shot as a manager. That's not true in the NFL. It's not true in the NBA. It's not true really in the NHL. either.
Yeah.
But in baseball, it always was that if you didn't get to the top, even if it was just for a cup of coffee, you didn't really have a chance.
Because it's tough to be a great baseball man if you haven't been there.
Right.
Doug hates the term baseball man.
And golf shot.
Baseball men. But we've seen that with the Cardinals, with Schilt and Ollie getting a shot when in the past it was LaRussa who played briefly, and managers like that, Matheny and Joe Torre and Red Shandings and Whitey Herzog, Ken Boyer, they were all major leaguers.
Doesn't it make more sense in the day and age of analytics where a lot of this stuff, certainly lineup-wise, is done way before the game, and you're kind of just a leader of men?
I suppose.
Doug hates that term, too.
Leader of men, I don't really care for that. But I think Holiday talked about that last week, about, if Mike Schilt starts to get on players and all these players were better than he ever was, there's a certain respect level that you don't have if you were a former player. So Vitale will fight that, I'm sure, if things start to go off the rails a little bit.
Vitale is joining us at 8:15. Vitello is managing.
Oh, that's what I mean.
It's tough to keep them straight.
Tough day for Italian Americans.
I know. And on behalf of my wife, I need to make sure I set the record straight. John Schneider of the Blue Jays only got to AAA. Dave Roberts, very good player. Famous 2004 moment for sure, but a very good player as well. For the record, Doug, the Dodgers are pretty big favorites tonight, -150.
Yeah.
And that's the Yamamoto phenomenon.
Favorable pitching matchup.
Yes, indeed. And if you're interested in going up to Toronto today and going to the game, what do you think a ticket will cost you?
In Toronto?
This is per Seat Geek right now.
Oh, per Seat Geek, I'd say $1,000.
$1,200, not bad.
$1,200,
not bad. And if you want to go to
get paid in the Escalade.
Another DeSmet representative there. Yeah. And then also, if you would want to stick around for Game 7, you can pay $1,600.
Oh, nice.
That's insanity.
It really is.
I don't get it.
When you can sit at home in front of a big screen TV, on the couch, comfortable, not deal with the traffic.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not part of the atmosphere, but it's still pretty cushy. And maybe you could make 4 or 5 car payments instead of buying a ticket.
Like if it was $500, then I think but like once it gets into the 4 digits, it's like, oh my God, it's just so much money.
And yet there's 50,000 people willing to do it.
But if you're a lifelong Blue Jays fan and you have the means, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be in your 40s to remember the World Series.
For sure.
I mean, I guess if you were like 5 or 6, you might remember it. But it's been 32 years. So an opportunity for the Blue Jays to win their first World Series since Joe Carter walked it off against Mitch Wild Thing Williams. And, Doug, as you might remember, I was bussing tables at Pietro's that night.
Oh, right. And standing on tables, showing yourself off a little bit?
That was usually more on Tuesday nights. I think this was a weekend night, but I'll check that for you.
Weekends were a little busier, so you didn't have time.
Didn't have the time to show myself off to the waiter who would request it.
That gives you the willies, doesn't it?
Get a cold shower.
Oh, it sounds like you're turned on.
No, I'm not.
I don't want to kink shame.
Well, that's a different story.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That's 1050. You got the drops of the week coming up. You got our SEC picks. They didn't go well last week.
No.
They didn't go well.
No, it didn't.
Bounce back week. That's coming up. Also, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. And next, Joey Vitale. Doug, drop your acid. Eat your mushrooms.
Okay.
It's time to go on a little fantastic voyage with friend of the program, Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's next in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. If you're a father like me, if you're a man, you run a household, there's things every now and then that need some fixing. When it comes to a light bulb, I can handle that. Maybe a scratch on the door, I can put some paint on it. But some things I don't touch, and I know you're with me. And one of those things, your garage door. Why? It's heavy. It's got a lot of mechanics. It's got a lot of wires. It's got a lot of springs. There's electricity involved. I stay the heck away from it. And good, because I got a good buddy in the business that can take care of all my needs, and he can take care of yours as well. Give Jason a call. He's got a heck of a company. Schaefer Door Company is the name. You can go to their website, schaeferdoor.com. But if you want quick service, personal service, give him a call. Shoot him a text. He's a heck of a guy. 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs, personal, business. He will take good care of you. One more time, 636-782-3608 is your Schaefer Door Company number. Give him a text, shoot him a call. They'll take care of everything. Quote Play Master, authorized dealer.
Hey, Joe, sorry, I lost it for a second. I'll put it back on hold.
I mean, I'm over here trying to host a show, an award-winning show, by the way, and I got a producer on the phone talking to the ladies about the Wheelhouse bottle service table tonight. What are we doing here?
You should have seen me right there. I got Joey back on the phone, played the music, played the intro, turned the mics on, and I only have the 10 fingers, man.
Look at this guy. He's over at waxing his own car.
I only got the 2 hands. I got 10 fingers, and I did all of that. Do I need the praise? No. Do I like it? Yeah.
Okay. Well, who's giving it to you?
Clearly nobody. I'm sitting over here. I'm taking it on the chin.
Now you're waxing your own car.
Someone's got to wax it, man. It's not going to wax itself.
I don't even know what that means anymore.
No, I don't either. It's intriguing.
Euphemism.
I don't think that's right. I don't think that's the proper use of the word euphemism.
Well, when you wax your own car, you make up your own rules.
Well, anytime I want a definition, I go to a CBC graduate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring on Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey. Oh,
where is he?
Well, I guess he's not there, is he?
Hey, Joe.
Oh, there I am. Jackson forgot to beat me over. Jackson's having a tough go today.
There it is.
Got boxing gloves on, trying to hit all the buttons.
God,
yes. Jackson looking like Neo from the Matrix over there. All show. You're a show pony. You know, come on, get me on the air, doggone it. I got a big hit here. My boy Schaefer Door, J-Bone. Got to give him a shout out. Come on, Jackson.
You're right. No, you couldn't be more right. That's my bad. Hand up.
Well, let's regroup.
All right. Yeah, the car waxing is over. It's time to get down to business. When Joey's on, Doug, it's business time.
I know it is. I know.
You boys aren't leaving until later tonight. Was that a Halloween? This is a logistics question in honor of Martin, who is off today. Is this a Halloween move?
Yeah, it's a little bit. So, with the condensed schedule this year for the team, they're looking to change up some travel things. Typically the team would leave around 1 or 2 based off of where they're going. You get into the city around 3:34. You get to the hotel. You have about an hour regroup, and then guys usually go to dinner. Well, this year, because we're heading into quite a stretch of games, and not to mention we haven't even hit the heavy travel yet. Once we start traveling, it's all hands on deck. So instead of leaving at 2, they've been kind of trying something different where maybe we'll leave in the evening. Guys can spend a little bit more time at home, a little rest, relaxation before ultimately hitting the road. So that's kind of what we're doing here tonight, especially on a holiday, though. It kind of worked out well where guys can hang with their families and kiddos. Although we won't be able to really trick or treat because we'll be leaving before then. But listen, I think guys are okay with that. I don't know how you guys feel. Halloween used to be a one-night deal. Growing up, us old-timers, Tim, Doug, Jackson, not so much. Kurt, you guys are younger. But it used to be October 31st, and everything was built up to that. Tim, I know you were at the trunk or treat. You were the main event. You were like, the star. You were the local celeb.
Yeah, master of ceremonies. How the hell did you hear I was at the trunk or treat?
The thing, everyone's talking about it in Kirkwood. Everyone's talking about it. I can't go to a coffee house without saying, "Hey, did you hear about Tim McKernan? He showed up at the St. Peter trunk or treat."
Yeah.
But
yeah, I guess everybody was talking about it now, Doug. I think about it. It's like Cindy Adams in the New York Post. Spotted at the trunk or treat this weekend.
Yeah, you were there. And then you also did the pumpkin carving at our kids' preschool. I mean, it's just like, it's nonstop.
What's going on with this guy? He's a stalker.
My daughter went to a trunk or treat last night. She went to another trunk or treat 2 days prior. There's Halloween parties. You know, when's enough? It's like the main event tonight. I mean, kids can't even be excited anymore. It's like, oh my God, now we have to go to the main event. You know, I feel like you guys ever seen that movie, The Great Outdoors, Doug?
Oh yeah, the old '96er with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd.
Oh really?
You were so good, man. Me and you were like peas and carrots. We're on the same page. It's like when John Candy, he finished that steak, and the guy came up, he's not done. And he looks at the bones like, That's how I feel like parents are with Halloween. They're like, no more. I can't take anymore.
Yeah. Too much candy, Doug, is like the old 96er in The Great Outdoors. The analogy makes sense. Mm-hmm. You just got to watch the film. You got to do some show prep, man.
I'm not watching them film today.
Got to do some show prep. Joey, there's some fans here who are going, what in the world? Now, I agree with you and Kerber. Listen to the Curbside podcast, as I always do. Certainly a better performance last night, but it's tough it'd feel differently if the Blues were sitting at around 500 and they okay, that was an impressive performance, especially considering you don't have Thomas or Neighbors, and Dvorsky and Snuggerud played as well as they did. But I can't get all excited and rave about it when they're in the midst of a 6-game winning streak. So how do you balance that approach and opinion, sir?
Yeah, sure. I mean, listen, you don't need to get excited about it because there's nothing to get excited about, and I think that's to be fair. You know, I mean, this is a team that they struggled defensively. You know, and Jim Montgomery kind of hit the nose right off the head there. I mean, a couple days ago when he said it. You know, and it was good that he said it. You know, I mean, the reality is that. Have they dealt with some bad bounces? Yeah, maybe some bad puck luck, sure. Pucks going off bodies constantly, it seems like. But also that's the game of hockey, right? It's a game of mistakes. It's a game of bad bounces. And those tides can turn in a hurry. What you got to be careful of as a player, and not saying the Blues are this, but I've seen teams where it can really spiral in a bad way, where you look at slow starts, bad bounces, maybe tough goaltending in certain nights, and all of a sudden, once you start, infiltrating that language of, yeah, we're just not getting our breaks, right? To me, that's the victim mindset. You can't let that fester in the locker room. You can't let that type of language go. And again, I'm not saying it's happening, but certainly look at last night. There's been a little bit of a switch. You saw that this is a group that started to grab things in the right direction. That's the positive, right? So big picture, yeah, there's really nothing to get too excited about just yet. But if you're looking at, small improvements and then maybe looking back over this season, that game last night was a step in the right direction because they started to resolve the issues defensively. That's been their biggest Achilles heel this season, allowing high-quality scoring chances right in front of their goaltender. I broke it down a couple times on clips last night. We brought out the numbers and the telestrator where when it looked good, it looked really good last night. And that was a game they deserved a better fate. They outshot Vancouver almost 2-1. Plenty of chances, unfortunate couple bounces, but you love the way the team's building. You love the D zone. You started to see a big shift in the game. Now you take that, you build on that. You start from the bottom and you go. One of the things Jim Montgomery said last year when he came in as a head coach, one of the hardest things for a coach to do, and I would imagine this is at pretty much any level, but any sport, you come in and there's so much to fix. Right, so the last thing you ever want to do, and I remember him telling me this last year at Christmas, the last thing you want to do is look at the 5 things, let's say there's 5 things you got to fix. The worst thing is to overwhelm the group and say, we got to fix all 5 right now, right? Because, listen, we're hockey players, we're not astronauts, so, we're not the most intelligent, especially if you went to CBC. I mean, I know.
Good for you saying that. 'Cause I don't want to say it, but I agree with you. Yeah, it's obvious.
If we had 20 kids that graduated from SLU High, I mean, it'd be different. Then give me 5. Give me 5 of them, right? But we're CBC guys, we're public school guys. Kirkwood, shout out.
Meat and potatoes.
Yeah, essentially the same thing. I agree.
So you can't overwhelm them, right? It's kind of almost human nature. Zip codes. how many digits? They're 5 digits. Why? Because the human brain, after about 5 or 6 numbers, it starts forgetting the first and second one. Telephone numbers are 7. That's pushing it. That's why sometimes telephone numbers are hard to remember, because around 5 and 6, we as humans, we start to lose sight of what happened in 1 and 2. It's a good parenting strategy when you're telling your kids stuff and you're like, you didn't do this, and I'll like name like 30 things. My wife's like, okay, calm down there, speed racer. Like they're not even listening to you anymore. You know what I mean? But because as humans, we can only absorb, they say, between 4 to 6. So as a hockey player who's dealing with, of course, a lot of issues, you can't overwhelm them, right? So with that being said, you got to start small, right? You have to start small, and you have to start with one thing. What's one thing we want to fix? And that was the D zone. And you saw a D zone that looked a lot better last night. So now you build on that. You got to keep that going, and then now Jim Montgomery can move on maybe to that next layer of thing. Okay, how do we create more offense? But you have to start somewhere. And to me, they started churning the cream, as they say. Doug, you ever make butter? Doug?
No, I've never made any butter.
Really? I thought you enjoyed making butter. It must have been Martin.
Just go to Schnucks and buy the butter.
Huh, that's interesting.
No, wrong. You got to make your own butter. I tell you, making your butter's fun. You get out a whisk and you get heavy cream, if you got a cow, you milk your own cow, whatever you want to do. But you get cream, you whisk the hell out. You just whisk the crap out of it. You just start going to town on it, right? And you whisk, or you have an electric mixer, and all of a sudden it just looks like you're mixing cream and water splashing everywhere and nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden, after a few minutes, all this work, it looks like nothing's happening. But then the whey and the protein, I'm not really sure what's all going on there, but everything starts separating, right? It kind of looks like a mess. But then you keep going. But then by like 7-8 minutes in, all of a sudden there's like clear liquid, which, by the way, don't throw that away. That's buttermilk. So just hold on to that liquid.
Yeah, Doug, save the buttermilk.
I'm not making it.
Save the butter. And then Doug, it's all this clunky stuff is stuck to the wood. That's butter. That's all that it is. But the point is, like, when you're churning butter, you're working your tail off, but you don't get any results until a lot later. So you like to think that the Blues are starting to kind of churn that now.
Huh. Okay, I don't put butter on anything, really. So
Is that right, really?
No, with my cholesterol level?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Joey, with all that bread you make early, do you put butter on it?
Listen, bread's a blank canvas, boys. Bread's a blank canvas.
Think about that. Another Office Park saying.
I love a good fresh slice of bread, but it's a canvas. It needs a star. You got to get some good EVOO from God's country in Sicily, or get yourself some good Irish butter.
Oh, good for you for reaching across the aisle with the tension between the Irish and the Italians. Thank you.
Little Kerrygold.
My Irish folks.
You just eat bread. You got a piece of bread and you put butter on it and you eat that as a snack?
Buddy, that's my last meal. Are you kidding me?
Really?
I'm a gentleman.
He is a gentleman.
God, it just sounds awful. But this team is basically the same team last year that played so well there at the second half, minus Bolduc and Suter and I guess Foxa. Did those three guys make a big difference, you think, not having those guys in the lineup now?
I think so. Listen, you have all that experience and wisdom on the back end, 2,500 games of experience with Leddy and Suter. All of a sudden that's gone. Right, and you replace it with two guys that have under 100 games of experience. So that was certainly an adjustment, but they're working through it. I actually think the Radek Foxa one was it's a much bigger loss than people realize. I remember this summer thinking like, oof, boy, we couldn't get him re-signed. That may come back and bite us, because remember that he centered that line last year that really got things going for St. Louis. Jim Montgomery talked about that line with Foxa, Torpchenko, and Walker. He said as a part of that second half push, it was that line that he brought everyone into a meeting for, and he showed clips of that line. And he said, this is right after Four Nations, we all need to play with this philosophy, with this identity, with this urgency, with this consistency, right? And he basically used that line as the model citizens about how we're going to turn this thing around, and everyone followed suit. Radek Foxa was a player that he was so valuable. You never talked about him. You never really noticed him. Yeah, he didn't really produce a ton, but he never really hurt you. He never really put his teammates or himself in a bad spot. Was good on draws, and now they're still searching for that fourth line identity. of a line that can go out there and really just make a print, like make a stamp on a game. I think we're starting to see spurts of it. I like Bukestad in the middle last night. They moved Sundquist up to the third line. I thought that was a really smart move. So maybe Bukestad can kind of get Toropchenko and Walker going and just simply replace Fox in the middle. So that certainly could be a good thing. But overall, Doug, I mean, big picture too, it's early. If you listen to any, shows across the country talking about their team, I promise you around 85% of them are all talking about the same stuff. Inconsistencies. They're up, they're down, they're slow. Why is the team off to a tough start? Why can't we play the same way every single night? Because it's hockey and it's early. And obviously there's a lot of teams that jump out of the gates early. But, do they have what it takes to really sustain themselves? No. I mean, they always say at the end of the day, cream comes to the top. And I think for the Chicago Blackhawks and the Seattle Kraken, yeah, these teams are having some really good starts. But those will fizzle away. We see it every single year. The teams that eventually are destined to be at the top, which I do believe this Blues team will be, they'll be there at the very end. The cream comes to the top. There's another cream analogy.
Yeah,
cream to the top, butter to the side.
There's a lot of double entendres going on here, and office park things. Well, it's wonderful to hear that you're optimistic. I don't know if that's just your nature. My guess would be that that's your nature.
I mean, you try to be optimistic. If you're not crying, you're laughing. If you're not laughing, you're crying. Abraham Lincoln, he was crossing the street one day. This is a true story. And then he stubbed his toe. You should research this. He stubbed his toe, and he stubbed his toe right in front of one of his crushes. There was a gal he liked. I don't know what her name was.
Doug, do you know her name?
No.
He was sweet on her.
Yeah. And so he was crossing the street, and he stubbed his toe. And he just kind of sat there like, and then he has a famous line where he says, it hurts too bad to laugh, but I'm too proud to cry. And, I always try to remember that, Tim. It hurts too bad to laugh, but I'm too proud to cry. So at the end of the day, you have a decision to make. Do you want to cry about it or you want to laugh about it?
Boy, not only did I get perspective on the Blues' slow start to the season, but a little history lesson as well.
It's like the first day of school in here today.
That Abraham Lincoln, he was an interesting character.
What else do we have on?
Didn't play hockey.
No, he dealt with more adversity. Look up all the adversity this guy dealt with. This guy, I mean, he lost children. He got so sick. His wife was crazy. He was a maniac.
Yeah.
That's hard enough. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt who said that there's not a bigger decision in your life than the person you decide to spend your life with. There's a lot of truth to that. And when you have your wife like Abraham Lincoln, that must have been a handful because she was crazy.
Yeah, she was.
But he started a lot of businesses, and the businesses all failed, and he didn't have much of an education. But, boy, that Abraham Lincoln, he could grind. You know what I mean, boys?
Mm-hmm. Lost a bunch of elections before he finally got in.
Yeah. You know a little bit about it, Doug. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this guy should have given up, years and years ago. I mean, I think you had to be a little crazy, actually, to not give up like he did and just keep going. You got to have a little crazy. And I mean, you look at, and truthfully, like you look at sports, look at the sport of hockey. Like, you guys were talking, the other day about Cam Jansen. I thought I heard it somewhere, but, Cam, you got to be a little crazy. You got to be a little nuts to do what he did. For anyone, I play alongside Sidney Crosby. Shout out, Sid.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
The guy he's not like clinically insane. Like he's not like seeing therapists and psychiatrists, but he's got a little switch where to do the same thing every day and find joy in it, even though to me, that's where these athletes really separate themselves. I think there's a lot of Abraham Lincoln and a lot of these guys.
There's a lot of Abraham Lincoln and a lot of these guys. Think about that.
You think the Blues need a Lincoln type or maybe someone just to stir it up a little bit?
I think, Doug, I think they're on the right track. I do. I think it was a good step. I think it's been some early season woes, but they're still not in a bad spot. I mean, you're a couple games away from kind of reaching back over 500 if you do it right. I think they can get there. Remember, this is a team that has dealt with adversity in the past, and sometimes you deal with it where you don't have enough time left in the season. Luckily, last year they were in a similar spot, but heck, they were in a similar spot in February. I mean, that was way more stressful than it is now. It is still early. You see teams kind of bounce back and turn things around, and when things get heated, they're going to get heated quickly. I'm just a sucker for this goalie tandem. I know it's crazy. I know the numbers don't show it, but these two kids are good, man. They're really good, and I still know that the Blues had the best in the league. I think it's just been a slow start. I think a couple bad bounces have led to some confidence issues, but they're going to turn that thing around. And once you got good goaltending, to me, that can save you some games, and then you start to build. So, again, it's not just being optimistic. I love you guys too much. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat things here and all that kind of good stuff. But no, I'm biased on this team. I'm bullish on this team. They're going to get things turned around here, and it's going to be a fun season.
All right. I mean, I will say this, because right now, I'm sure there are plenty of people going, okay, this guy's the Blues broadcaster. He's going to hold rights. I have to say this. When it wasn't necessarily looking good and they put a couple wins together, you said last year, then by last year, I mean, I'm talking probably in the February-ish, March range, the way they were playing, and this was fresh off that Parayko injury, that there isn't a team, including Dallas or Winnipeg, who would want to face this team right now. They could beat anybody. And I go, man, Joey's high on this operation. And sure enough, Doug, we saw the way that the team finished the season and made their way into the playoffs, and that was not even on the radar when he said it. So he's got equity with me. But I got to tell you, you're going to get called a rights holder. I've just got to warn you that. I think you're a good man. You reached across the aisle to the Irish community. I'm reaching across the aisle to the Italian community, and we can bond. And I just want to warn you that they might come for you for holding rights, Joey.
Bring it on. I'll take you on one at a time. Wow. Bring it on, baby.
Wow.
Bring it on.
Wow.
I get a feeling, like that scene from Mean Girls where the girl, she grabs her, you know what? She's like, I'm 90% sure it's going to rain. That feeling she gets, like, I sense it. You feel it. You feel it in your bones.
No. Is that right? Was that Lindsay Lohan? Is that Lindsay Lohan?
No. Feel right in your chest plate there, Doug.
Jackson, is Mean Girls good or bad?
Gotta be honest, I've never seen it.
Nice show, bro. Joey just let out what might have been his final breath.
Is that dynamite?
We're losing him.
Yeah. And this guy hosts a movie podcast, and he hasn't seen Mean Girls.
If you want to do Lincoln, though, Joey.
You can't get the buttons right and not seeing a good movie. Who is this guy?
Let's talk Lincoln. Let's talk Lincoln, Sin.
Talk Lincoln all day long.
President's Day. I'm going to pencil you in.
Big.
All right.
Big. Let's talk President's Day.
Yeah, you'll have some time off in February, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have a little time off, an Olympic break.
Yeah,
all right. We'll talk Lincoln.
You going to go somewhere with the family?
Unless they need an Italian to do the commentary, maybe the analyst. Listen, I go over to Italy. I'll be with my friends. My friends, I call the hockey game.
Look at that. He's doing Brando right here on our show.
Sounds just like tissue in his mouth.
Can you speak Italian?
I can do a little Sicilian. Yeah, it's mostly the bad
word. Is that
word.
different?
My nanu, there's a little dialect difference. Yeah, there's a little dialect difference. Yeah, Sicilians, they're interesting. They're hardcore, because people don't know why. Sicilians are tough, boy. But Sicilians, they live in a mountain. The island's like a mountain, right? And follow me here. So a lot of Sicilians, you can't grow crops in Sicily because of the mountains. Okay, this all makes sense. So if you have like a crazy Sicilian neighbor, or like, gosh, my uncle or my aunt or my grandpa was Sicilian, he was freaking nuts. This is why. So it's a mountain island, so you can't grow crops. It's hard to have cattle. It's hard to have cows and chickens, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of like the peaceful, the ease, the soothing nature, if you will, how to make a living. So in Sicily with the mountains, they had like sheep and they had goats, right? And so you're herding these goats, the shepherds. So Sicilians were shepherds, right? Now why does that have anything to do with how Sicilians are crazy and territorial? Because wolves were always picking the sheep off. Like, so they're always protecting.
Back to the wolves again.
You're always trying to take the sheep. You're always trying to take their animals. So you had to keep watch at nighttime. You had to watch their sheep so that the wolves and the different things wouldn't eat them, and then people wouldn't steal them. So it's in their nature now that Sicilians they always say you sleep with one eye open, is the old saying, because of that reason. It really has to do with the terrain of the country they came from, Doug.
Well, that makes sense. I thought they grew a lot of lemon trees there.
No, you're thinking of Sorrento. You're thinking of the Amalfi Coast. Those are our neighbors across the sea.
Okay, I guess that's where I saw them.
You're talking Palermo.
Palermo's in Sicily. I think it's the capital. My grandpa was from Chinizzi, which was in Palermo. But Sorrento and the Amalfi, that's across the bay there, across from Capri and all that kind of jazz.
Okay. It's been quite a little geography lesson.
Well, I mean, you got American presidents.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Italian geography. You've got films starring Lindsay Lohan.
Mm-hmm.
And you also talk a little blues hockey.
Help me forget about a 6-game losing streak.
See? That's what Joey does.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's good. Joey, thank you so much. I hope you do get a chance to do maybe a little bit of trick-or-treating before flying to Columbus, and that it's not like the old 90s Sixer in the Great Outdoors with Dan Aykroyd and John Candy. And I believe was Annette Bening in that, Doug?
I don't know if she was or not.
She was.
It was. Was she no, she wasn't the gal in the shower at the first scene, though, was she? That was a different gal.
I don't know. My mom would stand in front of the TV in those scenes.
I had a friend of mine. His name's Doug. Doug's a good guy. I call him the big fella. He always tries to watch movies with his young kids. He said, "Son, you're going to watch The Great Outdoors. This is a classic." His son thinks like his kids are young. They're like 8 and 10. So he tried to do his dadly old duty, and he turned on The Great Outdoors, and he forgot that the opening scene was that gal in the shower. So he's like, "Okay, turning it off."
I don't remember that scene. I remember another Annette Bening movie, Doug, with the opening scene being in the shower, but it was unfortunately Kevin Spacey. And that was American Beauty, and that won Best Picture in 1999. Am I right?
99 would have been, what was 99?
Shakespeare in Love, but 2000.
Oh, yeah. Well, the 2000 winner, was that Traffic?
Doug, was it Traffic?
Here's something else. I don't know.
Oh, man, the American Beauty scene where he wants the asparagus at the dinner table, to this day, if you ever need to laugh, just do that. American Beauty scene where Kevin Spacey wants asparagus.
Oh, Doug, asparagus bread.
All over me. It was the 2000 Best Picture winner.
Of course it was.
Silly Jack.
Doug, Abraham Lincoln, Mean Girls, Italian dialects, language, and geography.
Yeah.
In addition to The Great Outdoors, a shower scene, asparagus scene in American Beauty, and also blues hockey. That's a Joey Vitale said. You better believe it. Mm-hmm. Joey, you've earned that trip to Columbus.
People wonder why my wife is so quiet.
You can't get in a word edgewise.
That probably is the reason. We always enjoy the conversation, sir. Safe travels to Columbus, and we'll look forward to our conversation again next week.
Thank you, boys. I can't wait.
Thank you, Joey.
All right,
there he is. That's Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, did you know all of those things before the?
I did not. No. I knew Sicily had some mountain issues. I didn't realize the wolves were picking off the sheeps at such an alarming rate.
No.
But I do now.
Let's see. The recovering alcoholic says, "I'm Sicilian, and I think me and Joey, nope."
His texts are
yeah, that one was that one was.
You can't just go reach in there haphazardly.
Yeah,
you got to put a glove
I'm
on.
reading the full name of somebody I don't know, so potentially a private citizen, and their sexual proclivities.
Yeah.
Doug, that's the University of Missouri Journalism School teaching me a little something right there. Going, probably best to press eject.
Keep it to the friends of ours, you know?
Friends of the Feather.
Yeah. Sure. Doug Vaughn, he's a friend of ours.
And a friend of the Feather. We've got the drops of the week coming up. We've got our SEC picks of the week. We've got the Colonel presented by James Carlton coming up. That's all coming up on the Stiefel dossier, in addition to the showdown between Buck Swope and Shooter McGavin. Even though Jackson's been doctoring the standings, Doug and I have gone back and we have confirmed that Shooter McGavin has won 6 times this month and Buck Swope has won 6 times this month, and they will have a showdown for the October title at 10:50 in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you're familiar with Design Air, aren't you?
Well, of course I am. I've had him out to my house. I've had the daring Steve. He's also dashing, and the bold Adam. They've both been out to my house. It's a great time to go ahead and have that routine maintenance done. Because
I kind of hope Adam's coming to my house today just because he's so bold and daring.
He's bold and he's daring, and he'll get that furnace tuned up for you. And that's what you're going to need, because sooner or later we're going to hit really cold weather, and you don't want to turn that furnace on and find out that it's not working properly. So have the folks at Design Air come on out and do a little maintenance checkup. It's usually nothing. Your furnace will be running perfectly, and then you'll say, "Thank you, Design Air," as St. Louisans have been since 1904. That's when the company started. They've done a lot of good work for a lot of people. people when they've been around that long, since 1904. It's a fourth-generation family-owned business. They do fantastic work, and not just another HVAC company either. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and, of course, home of the handsome repairman.
Doug, you can come to my house. That's from the 314. I guess if I'm having Adam over today for my furnace tune-up with Design Air Heating and Cooling, you can go over to, I don't know who the 314 is, but it just says, Doug, you can come to my house.
Just drop in. Here I am.
All right, so you're going to do that.
Well, I might.
Well, that's great.
I might.
That's going to lead to more invites for you. I can promise you that. Then the recovering alcoholic says, Tim, if you can't read that text, can you read what I'm doing for Halloween? Doug, where would I see what he's doing for Halloween? Is he written
I think on the Athletic? Substack.
Substack? I'm so soon. Oh. Hey, Tim, you're so hot and hung. I'm going to be you tonight for Halloween and sleep with my wife to her displeasure. That's from the recovering alcoholic. So that's what he's doing for Halloween. He's dressing up as me so he can sleep with his wife.
Again, I'm enjoying the show.
Okay, thank you, Base Burglar. But it's to her great displeasure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, trick or treat, bitches. I think he said something about, I don't know, like a micro or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, tough spot. Always a tough putt there.
Can't imagine
Really
it.
no way. I mean, you can sink the 100-foot putt, but you still are dealing with the button.
All things considered.
Oh, don't say button.
All things considered, I don't know if there's a tougher beat out there.
I kind of agree.
Like,
Give me a lopsided skull.
Yeah, like
give me having to wear lifts even on ice skates.
Yeah, short of life-altering kind of diseases or disorders, I think just all things considered, having the micro is about as bad as it gets.
What is worse than having a micro? 314-399-9646. You can talk about it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Did I hear my voice? Did you hear that?
It sounded good, though.
Yeah, but I mean, that could mean a growth spurt's on the horizon.
Yeah, I think it's running on your heels.
Yeah. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Family and locally owned for over 30 years. You can go online at igotfloored.com and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Just come in or talk to them at Michael's Flooring. You're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, for your home, and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have way too much of. Their locations are all over the St. Louis metropolitan area. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darting Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. You can see why people are loving getting floored by Michael by going online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, in business in the St. Louis area for more than 3 decades. Online at igotfloored.com. Doug, what do we have here?
I don't recognize this.
Jackson?
Heads will roll.
Heads will roll.
Another kind of Halloween-esque. I'm honestly, I was on a cosmopolitan list of the 100 best Halloween songs.
Like the hotel in Las Vegas or cities that are actually trending upward.
No, the publication.
Oh, the women's magazine.
They had a list of 100 best songs for your Halloween playlist.
And you went to Cosmopolitan for that.
That's where I felt was the best source for such a matter.
Wow. Big show. I actually, you tell all your friends and family, if you're not listening live, you're going to have to go back and podcast the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour today, because this is the lead. I just didn't get it until 8:49, 8:55 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. The great Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling. He didn't include you in this email, Doug. Didn't include you in this email, Jackson.
Okay.
But me,
you,
and Rick Reardon, who is a salesperson here at Hubbard Radio. Wonderful gentleman. And he was with us when we were all out and having libations last week with Seth, and Martin was there. This is the lead. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day in the month of November has just gone to a level that I can't possibly oversell.
A level that it's never been at before.
Never. And that includes when we were giving away wing and fry parties for 20 people daily at 1380 in 2008.
Yeah, Fox Robots. So $5.90.
J.G. Randolph Jr.'s own money. This is unbelievable. I'm just going to read it.
Okay, read it.
Whoever, now these poor MFers who are going to win today to win the month of October.
Yeah, poor souls.
Right.
Save
the
some of your
Design Air
bullets.
Heating and Cooling email of the day has gone into another world. Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling is going to give away a free, complete system installation for the winner of the month of November in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day standings.
A free...
That is a $10,000 value.
Oh, for writing emails.
$10,000 value. I don't even know what to say.
It's unbelievable.
I don't even know what to say.
It puts pressure on us to vote.
Yeah, it puts pressure on me to run the effing clock right, because I can't be like, all right, we'll do emails. It's 10:58. I mean, I got to ratchet my game up for November.
Holy mackerel.
I mean...
that's unbelievable.
I mean, Buck Swope might have himself... I mean, Doug, is the Rat in Bloomsdale going to come out of retirement?
If his furnace is down, yeah.
$10,000. I mean, $10,000 for writing emails in.
Get creative, man.
I feel like I'm going to have to we're going to have to be active in the filtering process. We're going to, we're going to have to do, and I know it's going to be hard to even believe because this is a pretty buttoned up show already.
That's right.
We're going to have to play big boy poker around here. I mean, we're $10,000 system for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month.
Yeah, this is going to be a month-long bloodbath.
I mean,
we're going to have to give it a little more time, too. We can't get to where, we got a bunch of them today, but we can only read 2 of them.
That's what I just was saying. I got to get going on that thing like at 10:45.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be awesome.
I mean, Seth Goldcamp, game ball.
Yeah,
sign up to be the TMA listener of the month. It's yours.
Seth Goldcamp literally brings the heat.
Wow.
Oh,
this guy,
God.
I'm telling you,
Some of
it's
these
madman
marketing
over here.
slogans.
Little ad man. Little Draper.
Hunter is not as excited. He says, what if we have a newer house?
There had to be someone to complain about.
But in fairness to the Hunter, one of my favorite members of the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, he says, damn, holy ish. But what if we have a newer house? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe you can put this on eBay or something.
Sell it off.
They don't want the prize. They'd like him to spend them $10,000 giving them something else.
Seth reaches out to the guy, and he's like, no, I'm sorry. I actually sold that to this guy named Bill on the fan page, if you wouldn't mind taking it to his place.
Now the Hunter is back. Doug, I will Venmo you $42 if you show favoritism to me. So now we're being offered to be bought off.
Yeah. I'm not going to turn that down.
Seth Goldcamp, Holy crap. Yeah, I mean, for real.
It's just
When I
outstanding
saw
stuff.
the email, I mean, and honestly, my Hubbard email is usually like a listener like telling me to, jump off a bridge or that they're going to help me jump off a bridge.
Or audio that's like 2 weeks old. They're like, did you guys get to this? No offense to anybody who's maybe done that to
Yeah, I don't like when you talk down to the audience.
You're right.
That's my job. But I open this up and I see an email from Seth, who I usually just text with, and I go, oh my God, we're giving away a $10,000 free complete installation. The value's $10,000 for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Doug, this is the real deal here, brother. This is it.
George Clooney's doppelganger says there are NBA players fixing next month's email of the day contest.
You think so? Like Chauncey Billups?
Yes.
Big shot.
Wow. Now, I know the show is off for Thanksgiving and the day after Thanksgiving. I'm planning on taking off a couple days in there. But this is going to be big. Boy, let's see. Thanksgiving is the 27th and 28th. So the Wednesday, Skanksgiving, the 26th. That's going to be a big day around here, brother.
Yeah. That's moving day.
But, I mean, is somebody like Buck Swope or Carlos Spicy Wiener going to show up and just go, yeah, or Riot's dad. Riot's dad's got sick game. Shooter McGavin's having a big month.
I think this is an opportunity for them to cement their legacy because there's going to be a lot of new players.
Whoever wins, Doug, he who wins in November will be remembered.
All right. The Jerkwood from Kirkwood says, what if I rent an apartment? Then don't send in an email. How about that? Sit this one out.
We might have to work out the voting system with the 4-vote thing.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to do something for this show for the first time ever. I don't like that.
Yeah, we're going to have to really ratchet up. We're going to have to figure out a Speaker of the House because we have an even number of voters every day.
Yeah.
And the tie goes to Tim usually is fine, but when you have a $10,000 unit on the line.
I mean, somebody could send me $8,000.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's a tie, we put names in a hat and just pull
we
out
can wheel and name it.
Yeah.
It's like penalty kicks or even worse, the college football overtime system.
We're going to need to bring in a Speaker of the House. Maybe Tanner. Maybe Tanner can stand in here for the email today.
I don't think Tanner wants any part of this program. That's my read.
Yeah, I would agree.
Wow. Yeah, we're going to have to button this thing up. Seth Goldcamp. I mean...
Brian Hinson says, hey, I live in Indianapolis. Can they come to my house? Stop it! Stop it! People are finding reasons why this won't work for them. You haven't won anyway.
Make Martin stay through onboarding. I would trade in the installation for a chance to meet Tim. That's from MD 2020.
Oh.
I guess we can give them the choice. You can get the $10,000 system.
That's like the question of, would you rather have $500,000 or dinner with Jay-Z? It's like, what are we doing?
All right.
Grimy from South County says he lives in a trailer. The system may be too big for him. Stop it! Just be happy that there's such a nice prize.
Doug, if I win, can I donate it to Tim? That's from Just Don't Press Push.
God.
Oh, man. Wow. The 302 says secret ballots will be necessary.
Oh, secret ballots?
So what do we do? Maybe we do the designer heating and cooling email today when Martin's still here?
Ooh, like 9:50.
And then we reveal the winner via secret ballot?
Yeah, I like that. That actually is the right play.
Yeah?
Yeah, that gets people have plenty of time to send them in. It's not like it's the beginning of the show or anything. And then, we would read them. So we know we give it plenty of time. Yeah, I think that kills two birds with one stone there.
Man. Yeah, we're going to have to
Who sent that text in?
Just the 302. Probably will have a name, though, on Monday.
Shout out to the 302.
Shout out to the 302.
As of right now, you have the game ball.
Doug's getting frustrated with it.
Yeah, and now the Dogtown dumper pumper says he just had a kidney transplant and he needs a new system. Please. Now we're getting sob stories.
What was that name again, Doug?
The Dogtown dumper pumper.
Oh, my God. It's a new kidney. Yeah, your sob stories are not welcome.
Wow. Seth Goldcamp. I mean, what a moment.
Yeah. Game ball actually goes to Seth.
Holy crap. Yeah. Unbelievable. Tip of the cap. Yeah, this is Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, ratchet it up. Save your best material.
Yeah,
Let Buck
seriously.
Swope and Shooter McGavin fight it out for today for the winner in October. They will receive $0.
Yeah,
you win in November, $10,000 system.
And then December, right back to nothing.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, I'm telling you. All right. It is Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and it just got real for the month of November, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And I have maybe even the daring and bold Adam coming to my house this morning.
Big day for you.
Holy crap. For the furnace tune-up, go to designairservice.com. Support the sponsors. That's the name, especially when the sponsor's giving away this kind of prize. You horse plowing me out there?
Unbelievable.
The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, joining us, brought to you by James Carlton. Next, I got to tell you, I'm getting a sense that the Colonel thinks Drinkwitz might be going. It doesn't mean he thinks that he is going. I want to emphasize that, but I just get a sense on the tone changing here. We're going to dive into that next here on 101 ESPN.
Tough to think about what to make for dinner as you're running around. Kids are keeping you running and busy. Well, if you're stressed out from all that, just go to the bistro case. When you go by Schnucks, there's food available that you can know it's healthy, and you just throw it in, heat it up, and ready to roll. The new bistro case full of unique restaurant-inspired dishes, including entrees like blackened salmon, barbecue pulled pork, garlic grilled chicken, all these wonderful, tasty flavors, all available in the bistro case at your neighborhood Schnucks. You can make it a meal by choosing new Pick 3 plates. That includes the choice of the entree, 2 sides. So again, if you're on the run, kids have sports, you're getting them from school, and don't have time to plan out a meal, you don't have to. Just go to Schnucks, check out the bistro case. Great any time of day, whether you need a quick lunch or a big dinner. Stop by the bistro case, Schnucks Deli Department. Ask a teammate there for a sample, and don't forget to get the Schnucks rewards when you check out. You're also getting money back. All of that available at your neighborhood Schnucks.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got World Series action right here on 101 ESPN this evening. Blue Jays and Dodgers for Game 6. Pre-game at 6 p.m. First pitch, 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
To sing a song called Missouri, which I wrote.
Oh, my. What's this going to sound like at 2:30 p.m. next Saturday when the number 3 Texas A&M Aggies make their way to Faurot Field to deal with their first loss of the season and newly crowned Heisman frontrunner Matt Zollers.
He's the frontrunner now, is he?
He will be at 6:30 next Saturday.
Okay.
Just a Herculean type ascension.
Yeah, I wonder what you'd have to do in the final 4 games to win the Heisman.
450 yards a game, 6 tutties at least, and even then you'd come up short.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to this. I'm going deep diving with the Colonel, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent, and I recommend he become yours as well. He has been mine since 2019. He presents Gabe every Monday and Friday. He saves our audience money, and he has an incredible customer service track record. Just saved Jamie Rivers thousands of dollars when Jamie made the switch. I'll do the same thing for you. I know he'll look it up, and I know when anytime you have a claim, he's going to be on it, and his staff will be on it quick, fast, and in a hurry. Truly the best. I'm so happy I made the switch. carltoninsurance.net. Let's welcome to the program here on 101 ESPN, the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Gabe.
What's up, guys?
I want to go deep diving here. But before I go deep diving on the coaching situation, and Gabe wrote a wonderful piece this morning on Power Mizzou on it, what games this weekend are you watching, and anybody that those of us hoping for a miracle in Missouri to run the table and get into the college football playoff? What is there something that I would imagine Oklahoma beating Tennessee is a good thing? Am I right?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I haven't really looked at the schedule this weekend. I don't know how much I'll watch tomorrow. I think it's mathematically possible for Missouri to get in the playoff, but even 10-2 no longer guarantees that, and 10-2 seems so unlikely to me that, I've had a lot of people, I said this, I think, probably on your show on Monday, and a lot of people have used the same word. Last week kind of seemed like a funeral on that part of this season. Doesn't mean the season's meaningless and you shouldn't pay attention to the rest of the games, but as far as weekly looking at what helps, and hey, I paid so much less attention to anything else in college football than I have any other week this year, because I just don't think much of it really has all that much of an impact on Missouri at this point.
Colonel's down on it.
Boy, he is.
I had to tell you, my question going into next week's game, and really the week in general, and these are two things, and even you as being as close to it, and I don't know who in media in the state of Missouri has better connections on the program than you, that you got two things that there's no way to calculate, and that is if Eli Drinkwitz's situation is whether it impacting him or the players. I have no idea. I do think that can happen for teams. And then if the team does not have the same intensity that it had for Alabama, Auburn, and Vanderbilt, because they may view it as, okay, well, it's probably not happening. And I don't know. You have that, and then that's in addition to, okay, now we've got a guy making his first ever start in college football against the number 3 team in the country, and he better be able to convert fourth downs, because the guy who kicks can't do it if they're at the 21-yard line. So I realize why people view it as an unlikelihood, but God, the team that I saw this year defensively is damn good, and I was really impressed with what we saw from Zollers, realizing it, of course, was not the quarterback Vanderbilt prepared for. So with that all established, let's go into what you wrote about, and certainly what people around the state are talking about, and that is Eli Drinkwitz's situation. Again, it's recommended reading here for those of you who are Power Mizzou subscribers this morning. And you said the following: "It is my belief that Drinkwitz will at least listen to pitches from other schools. I know that many of you here will read that and say, well, that's it, he's gone. If any of you who said that make it to this sentence before posting, I do not agree with that. And there are two reasons he could listen. And I want to put the ball in your court now to expound on the reasons why you believe Eli Drinkwitz would listen to these potential schools with job openings."
Well, the first one is obviously to, get something more out of Missouri. I don't really view that as a necessity because I think Missouri will give him pretty much whatever it needs to give him. Like, I think he could go to Laird Veatch or Moon Choi or the Board of Curators and say today, hey, put this on paper and I'll sign it. And I think they would put it on paper today, almost without exception. Like top 5 paid coach in the country, yes. Top 3 paid coach in the country, probably yes. Highest paid coach in the country, maybe that. So I don't really think that's what it is. I don't think this is a leverage play. So the other possibility is he's legitimately going to look at maybe taking another job, which I think is also possible. Now, there's a third possibility here I didn't include, which is just, hey, Drinkwitz just isn't going to deal with any of this till after the season. Like, he's not worried about it, but, like, it's just not time. And I do understand skepticism on that one because I would share it. Like, it kind of seems like the noise has reached a point where if that was the case, you would kind of want him to say something. But some coaches just don't handle it that way. So, I don't know. But I think at least we, especially if there is not anything, because look, Kurt Cignetti signed an extension, Matt Rule signed an extension. These things can get done during the season, especially when you have a bye week. So if we don't hear anything the next week or so, which I don't really anticipate hearing, but is always possible, then yeah, I think it's fair to think, okay, he's probably at least going to see what some other people have to say.
Do you get the sense that he's really happy at Mizzou? Like this is a place where he might want to spend the rest of his career?
Look, I don't know him well enough to say that. I don't know. He seems to be doing well here, and he's gotten pretty much everything he wanted and all that. But like again, Mike Anderson said he wanted to spend the rest of his career here, and 2 weeks later he was Arkansas's coach. So I don't know. I think he likes the job he has and seems to, the alignment and everything is good on campus. But that doesn't mean that there couldn't come a situation that he might find a little better.
Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne with the day off. And the Colonel joins us every Monday and Friday talking it over. We're focused here on Eli Drinkwitz and what certainly has become a big topic. With regard to his responsibilities currently for this season, and then in addition to recruiting, how does a situation like this impact it?
Yeah, I don't know. Recruiting, they've got 16, 17 commitments, somewhere around there. So they're only looking to fill 4 or 5 more spots. Like, I don't think the next 3 weeks is necessarily a make or break deal on that. The portal doesn't open until January. And I'm sure he's having conversations with kids that are committed. And they, I would think, know more about it than those of us on the outside. Like, it's very important to realize that none of us talking about this really know at all what's going on. We're all just kind of left to guess. And when in the absence of information, I think we all tend to assume the worst. So fans out there are going, well, Matt Rule signed an extension, Kurt Cignetti signed an extension. The fact that he didn't means he's gone. And it doesn't at all mean that. It could mean a million different things. But unless he picks up the phone or takes to social media and lets everybody know what he's thinking, then, there is absolutely no way to know that.
There is a column, I know you're very well familiar with it, and you spent a good amount of the day on your board on Power Mizzou with people talking about this, but I know plenty of people in our audience probably did not read this, so I want to make sure for 101 ESPN listeners here in St. Louis, they hear this. It's an ESPN.com column from Adam Rittenberg yesterday, and they talk about the four big openings, or the big openings, I should say, in the four power conferences. And they talk about not only Lane Kiffin, but also Rhett Lashley, who's at SMU, and he could put himself on a bigger map if they are able to beat Miami tomorrow. They get a chance to do that at 11 o'clock. And he talks specifically about Eli Drinkwitz, and then has a source who says that Eli knows he has to make the jump, and here is the reasoning. Drinkwitz and Lashley both seem ready for a jump and could be good fits in Gainesville. They're both in good situations, though, especially Lashley after making the college football playoff last season. Missouri has capitalized on its SEC schedule across the past two campaigns, but has not beaten a ranked opponent in the league. Next season, the Tigers will visit Georgia and Ole Miss, and they will host Texas, Texas A&M, Oklahoma, and Florida. Quote, they're not going to have this path. Drinkwitz is smart enough to know he's got to get out. That's from an industry source in Adam Rittenberg's column on ESPN.com. There is an element of the schedule when you look at it in the next couple of years going, wow, there is what we think of the programs, some big boys out there and some what looks like tougher schedules out there. I realize I'm solely asking your opinion on this, but do you think that is something that a coach looks at in consideration, going, okay, maybe my stock is up and it might be overstated and my stock could go down because I see what's lurking on the schedule?
Yeah, I think especially with the 9 games, I think absolutely every coach is looking at that. And look, that ESPN article, I understand it will make Missouri fans very upset. That is the perception of this thing outside the state of Missouri. Like, I'm just telling you, the national belief is that Eli Drinkwitz is going to leave here. And Adam Rittenberg perfectly laid out why. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying you have to agree with it. That is the perception outside of this fan base. And is there some brand bias in there? Of course there is. Because, like, we've talked over and over, even if we stipulate that Florida's a better job than Missouri, I don't think it's a significant gap. But it doesn't matter what I think, and it doesn't matter what Missouri fans think, and it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what Drinkwitz thinks. And if he thinks, I think there are a lot of people in college football still that just automatically, well, yeah, of course Florida's better than Missouri by leaps and bounds. I don't know if he's one of them. But I think a lot of people, if you surveyed coaches, I bet it would still be at least 80-20 in favor of Florida as far as what's a better job. And I think the gap would be bigger than Missouri fans want it to be. And, I deal with fans every day, and my favorite thing is just this, well, why don't, in my opinion, well, yes, you are looking at it from a slightly slanted opinion. Of course, Missouri fans believe Missouri is a better job than non-Missouri fans believe it is. But this whole thing comes down to Drinkwitz's answer to those questions. And part of the problem right now is there are so many jobs open. More are going to open. I think there are really only 3 that we're talking about that would have any sort of a realistic chance to hire Eli Drinkwitz. Like, there's a reason nobody's bringing up Arkansas or Oklahoma State or something like that. So, but you've got 3 top, 12 to 15 jobs in the country open. You've got a guy who still has a decent chance to be the first person ever to win 30 games in 3 years, or 10 games in 3 consecutive years at Missouri, do things that have never been done. You can look at this and say his stock may never be higher than it is right now. Now, that's not a certainty, but you just mentioned the 26 schedule. 27, they're on the road at LSU, A&M, Alabama, and Oklahoma, I think. I mean, that's insanity. Now, and I understand everybody, it may not be an easier schedule in Gainesville, but like that, I can look at that schedule and go, I don't know if you make a bowl game that year. So can he. Look at this roster. And I understand the roster is transient every year, but just look at all the things we know are walking out the door, that don't even have the option to come back. That's the argument people are going to make, that he should leave. And as I wrote this morning, and I've said over and over, this is not me endorsing that argument. This is me telling you what that argument is.
And his stock is clearly sky high. He's put fans in the stadium, and they're building new enlargements to the stadium. Certainly the program's in far better shape now than when he got here. But I'm sure there's some Missouri fans saying, wait a minute, why is our guy so highly touted when he really hasn't won a big game against a highly ranked opponent?
He has elevated this program to the point where losing 1-score games to top 10 teams is considered disappointing, where a 9-3 regular season is considered a missed opportunity. That is a credit to what he has done, but it's the same as when Gary Pinkel got to 4 conference championship games. So that's it. He's just going to get here, but he can't win them. Look at the entire history of this program. He has taken it to a point that only one other guy in the last 60 years has taken it. And so, yes, everybody wants to make that leap, and everybody wants to get there. I understand that. But there is not some systemic program thing or some Eli Drinkwitz thing, I think, that, he can't do it. They just haven't quite played well enough on that right day to make that one breakthrough. I mean, he did beat Ohio State, and I understand all the caveats that come with that and all that. But, I think it's a credit to him that he has gotten it this far. And the question that I think is going to be answered, Missouri fans want to believe he has taken it to a point where everybody says, well, why would you need to go anywhere else? And we'll find out if that's the case, and as I wrote this morning, a week ago, there were a lot of people asking all of these same questions about Lane Kiffin. And then they go win at Oklahoma, and they're probably in the playoff as long as they just do what they're supposed to do. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of, Lane Kiffin could just stay. He's got a pretty good gig. So could Eli Drinkwitz. The only difference between Ole Miss and Missouri right now is just one result last Saturday.
And you rank the jobs that Missouri fans, if you want Eli Drinkwitz to stay in Columbia, should be concerned with. And I want to make sure I'm giving your rankings properly here. You say LSU 3 because you think they're probably going to be able to get a bigger fish.
Also because it's an absolute mess right now.
It's good entertainment, though, isn't it, Colonel?
Yeah.
And Penn State 2. And then Florida is the one that you have at 1. Your reasoning, sir?
Well, it's just the one that keeps coming up. Look, at LSU, like I said, I think there will be other choices there. Penn State, it's possible. I mean, Matt Rule, Kurt Cignetti have signed extensions, so their candidate pool has dwindled a little bit. I know his name has come up there and all that. It's just hard for me to think Eli Drinkwitz, Penn State coach, but hey, it isn't impossible. But I mean, the big thing with Florida is we had these discussions in October of last year. Billy Napier was getting fired. They're having team meetings. Billy Napier's gone. It's just a matter of when, not if. And at that time, everybody I talked to said the top 2 are Lane Kiffin and Eli Drinkwitz. That has not changed. The Florida fan base is always if they do not hire Lane Kiffin, I don't even think it matters who they hire unless it's somehow Nick Saban. The Florida fan base is going to hate it if it's not Lane. There are some obstacles there with It, A, other jobs being open, B, him probably being in the playoff and not knowing the timeline of that.
Yeah.
But if Lane is not the hire at Florida, I think from everything I've heard over the last 13 months, I think Eli Drinkwitz is probably number 2 on that list. And now that does not mean he would necessarily take it, but I think he would have the opportunity. So as I wrote, the best thing for Missouri fans would, A, Lane loses a game, and doesn't make the playoff, or B, just they somehow have a handshake deal. The best result is Lane Kiffin going to Florida. Because if that doesn't happen, I do think Eli Drinkwitz will have the opportunity to make that choice.
Would Drinkwitz stock fall if they were to have a rough go here the last 4 games, if they were to lose maybe 2 or 3 of those games?
I mean, playing your third-string quarterback in the SEC, I don't really think so. I think you're hiring him more for what he's done than if you're making a decision. I'd say the same thing if you're talking about firing a guy. If you're talking about firing a guy, just do it. You don't make the decision on one game, and I don't think you make the decision on, do we want to hire this guy based on 4 weeks? I think you make it based on, look at what he's done over the last 6 years as a head coach.
For the record, Ole Miss's schedule, I don't know if you could get a more favorable setup in the SEC. I guess they could have Kentucky in November, but they have South Carolina, and it's a night game tomorrow in Oxford. Although the Gamecocks certainly had a hell of an opportunity last week at home against Roll Tide. Then they get the Citadel. That's a game, Doug, you keep talking about. You think that they could sneak them. Florida is in Oxford, and then they get their arch rival at Mississippi State on November 28th. And, if they win those 4 games, they are in. That is one of the only teams that isn't at the moment, people talking about as far as being and winning their conference championship. And by the way, Ole Miss could do that too. But obviously A&M leading their conference, and Indiana and Ohio State at the top of their conference, where people are going, yeah, that team is in, and that would be Ole Miss because of that schedule. It's very favorable, and if that happens, Lane Kiffin is coaching on the weekend of December 20th, and if that happens, that means programs have to wait for him to be done. At least you would think. He's
also probably coaching a home game he will be favored to win on December 20th.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, he would be in that 5, 6, 7, 8 spot. You're right about that, Colonel. Yeah, that's certainly likely. So it's quite a spot. Last week did not go well for Missouri fans across the board, and I'm talking about not just what took place in Nashville, but across the SEC, both from the Drinkwitz standpoint, but also teams you would have liked to have lost did not, and teams you would have liked to have win did not. And so now we sit here, Doug, and we stare into November 2025 with anxiety. The Colonel will be all over it. Great column this morning on PowerMizzou.com. He's brought to us every Monday and Friday by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Thank you, Colonel.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Me too.
Right,
that's Gabe DeArmond with us here, brought to you by James Carlton on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. A lot of texts and commentary in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We'll talk about what Gabe just had to say next here on TMA. Rockwell. And they played this at the Blues game last night. Did they not during the replay review? You were there.
I believe they did, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This song's gained a lot of popularity on TikTok.
And why is that?
Dance around to it.
I was looking for more there.
Okay.
There is, I'm telling you, like an advantage of TikTok is that some songs just randomly will become big hits out of nowhere.
Experience a rebirth.
Big time.
Because this song is 40 years old.
Yeah.
I had this album, Doug.
Do you?
Yeah. And Rockwell was Berry Gordy's son? Am I
don't
right
know.
on that?
I don't know.
That's
right.
how Michael Jackson is doing the chorus, because otherwise you're sitting there going, what's Michael Jackson doing here?
That is odd.
It's like when I showed up on Movie Boy.
No, you were right at home there. I want you to emphasize
You
that.
still haven't finished Hunting Wise.
No, I actually
feel like you're
haven't
not
watched the
keeping your
third
end of the
episode.
bargain.
I know.
I set that aside also.
I just like there's so much good stuff on and so much to watch and do, and it's just like every time I was watching Hunting Wives, I was like, oh man, like think of the opportunity cost here.
All right, we just had the Colonel on here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And what Gabe had to say was getting a lot of response, both in our Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646 and in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And so I want to make sure I read some of that feedback, but also talk about it here amongst ourselves. Martin is off today. Chairman Kurt is vacationing as well. So, Doug, you heard what Gabe had to say. Number one, that Eli Drinkwitz is most likely not going to be signing an extension before the end of the season in Columbia. He is either doing this, in Gabe's opinion, for leverage at Mizzou, although Gabe does not think that that is particularly likely because he thinks he could get whatever he wants right now. And then secondarily, then it would be, well, he is going to hear these other schools out, but he is going to wait till the end of the season. He understands some Missouri fans going, oh, my God, Signetti signed his extension in Bloomington. Matt Rule just signed his in Lincoln yesterday. Drinkwitz is gone. Gabe says that's not necessarily the case, and in part because if LSU goes and gets some big name or they just don't go with Lane Kiffin, and Kiffin does decide to leave Oxford and goes to Florida, then he would have to be in the mix for the Penn State job, or he wouldn't have a spot to go, or he just wants to stay in Columbia and he just wants to see what his market is. So you have that from Gabe DeArmond on Power Mizzou. You just heard him on the program. What is your reaction?
Well, I can't help but think if I were Drinkwitz and I was indeed interested in one of these other jobs, I would take it sooner rather than later, because there's no guarantee that they win any of these last four games that they play. Texas A&M and Oklahoma, both ranked teams. Those would be tough games. Mississippi State and Arkansas, not particularly good teams, but they've played good teams close. So there's still a chance you finish 6-6. And how are you going to sell that to your fan base at Florida, Penn State, or LSU if Drinkwitz is your guy, when you're telling fans we're bringing in a coach who just went 500 with an easy schedule at Missouri, whose record wasn't any better than the guy we just fired? That'd be a tough sell. So if I were him and I'm thinking, yeah, this is it, I'm going to go, I'm going to strike while the iron's hot, I'd do it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I guess he probably isn't at a spot where he completely controls it, because that is not going to happen during the season. So he's got to try to, ideally he's just trying to do it anyway, win all four games. But you're not going to see him bolt from Columbia to Gainesville in the middle of the season. But in general, the point that you're making that, hey, They could finish 6-6. I mean, I'm telling you, what a weird spot. I don't know if I've ever felt this way. I think I might be the only person on the program who feels this way. But I actually think they could finish 10-2. I know that probably is going to be like, oh, you're a homer. But I was also the same guy who says they're fortunate that they only lost by 3 against Alabama 3 weeks ago. And even if they would have beaten South Carolina last year, they weren't going to the college football playoff. So it's important to contextualize that for those who were not listening to the program then. But I also could see them finishing 6-6. And I don't know how many times as a Missouri fan I've gone into the month of November going, yeah, I could see them winning them all. I certainly also would agree that is less likely than the possibility of them losing them all. Of course, the truth it's probably somewhere in the middle, but I would continue to present that I don't think Missouri's really had a quarterback who can lead them through the air with confidence since Bo Pribula in week 2 against Kansas. Something just wasn't the same after that, whether it be health or he just defenses figured it out, or he just was above his skis against Kansas and he just wasn't that good through the air, and he was more of a running quarterback, which is why Missouri used him on the ground quite a bit. And Matt Zollers did look good and comfortable as a true freshman last week. And also Missouri was a play away from both Alabama and Vanderbilt, 2 top 10 teams, to beating them. But at the same time, if it's not there with Zollers and some of the players are like, yeah, it's not happening, then they could get worked over against Texas A&M, and then it could spiral because Mississippi State could certainly beat them. And then you got a trip to Norman, and, all bets can be off at that point. So with that established, I agree with you. One of the reasons for that petition in Gainesville for Eli Drinkwitz to not be the head coach, and granted, this is a vocal message board community where this is coming from, is because how can we possibly hire the guy who just lost to Vanderbilt? And then also what, is something that we've talked about on this program, I think a fair amount, but would sometimes get met with resistance by some Missouri fans, is Eli Drinkwitz's record against top 10 teams in Columbia. And there is only one win in his tenure, and that was against Ohio State in a bowl game. And, I think at this point, most college football fans kind of go, yeah, bowl games. We get it. They're not the same thing as a college football playoff game or a game during the regular season when all hands are on deck. And that is where that article from Adam Rittenberg that upset some Missouri fans who were aware of it, and those now just hearing it are going, oh, that's an intriguing element to it. And that is Rittenberg talking with a source who says Drinkwitz knows that the schedule that Missouri has next year is going to be a hell of a lot more difficult than the schedule he's had the last few years when he's built up this resume. And he notes Missouri has capitalized on its SEC schedule across the past 2 campaigns, but has not beaten a ranked opponent in the league. Next season, the Tigers will visit Georgia and Ole Miss, and they will host Texas A&M, Texas, Oklahoma, and Florida. Quote, they're not going to have this path. Drinkwitz is smart enough to know he's got to get out. Jackson, what are your thoughts?
So that point right there I find very interesting about the schedule next year, because if you are Eli Drinkwitz and you are someone who is looking to constantly ascend to the next biggest job or next biggest paycheck, which we totally respect, then this would be the perfect time to get out. You have the combination of you've just come off, like he just said, couple years of softer schedules where you've had double-digit wins, you've turned a program, you've made a little resurgence, and now you have the opportunity where next year's schedule is going to be hard. There's so many vacancies that a guy like him is all over these hot boards. Like, this would be the perfect time to get out.
And Gabe puts Florida as the one that he, if you're a Missouri fan wanting to see Drinkwitz stay, worries about the most. Florida's opponents in 2026 at home. They do have Ole Miss, but they also have South Carolina, Vanderbilt, and Oklahoma. On the road, they have Kentucky, Auburn, Texas, and Missouri. And they, of course, every year play that neutral site game that they'll be playing tomorrow in Jacksonville against Georgia. So if you're looking at schedules, Florida's would be considered, I think, softer, but then at the same time, as we've talked about every year, this year, you, by the way, were right on target. I was wrong as all hell. I was high on South Carolina, as were voters. They were a top 10 team going into the season. Now they're an also-ran. There's always a team that you think's going to be great in the SEC that isn't. This year it was South Carolina. And then there's always a team that you go, and Texas, by the way, for that matter, although Texas is still alive. I think, those watching games go, my God, they could be a 4 or 5 loss team right now. Mm-hmm. And then you always have a team that you didn't think was going to be real good, and suddenly, Vanderbilt's over/under on the wins was 5.5.
Was it really
5.5? James Carlton was asking me off the air. He bet the over before the season.
Boy, handsomely paid out.
Yes. 5.5.
Boy, yeah.
How about that?
Paid out before late October.
Yeah.
That's a big W. I would also throw Ole Miss. I think people thought Ole Miss would be good, but at the level they're at right now, that's another one. Just in that example. But yeah,
Point being, if you're looking at it, I think you would agree that Missouri's schedule is more difficult than Florida's. It's not like a crazy gap, and who knows what winds up happening for the record.
And him not doing the extension right now, to me, isn't like a massive signal that, it's likely he's going to leave, but it certainly puts that in that category. It moves it to okay, that's an example of a possibility of him leaving, is not signing the extension now. It also could be maybe he's confident in his team's final 4 games. I would be surprised given the status of the quarterback situation, but maybe he's really confident in Mr. Zollers. That's the hope, if you're looking optimistically in the short term.
If he were to leave, it seems like the Mizzou program in general is in pretty good shape to acquire a darn good coach of their own.
Now, the problem is there's so many teams looking for coaches.
Yeah.
That's what makes it hard.
I've always thought there's no reason Missouri can't be what Oklahoma and Nebraska were in the 80s and the 70s and for decades, really. No reason they can't do what Indiana's doing now or what some of these schools that have been perennial powerhouses. But there's no reason. We got a big state, 2 huge cities in the state. We're not competing against another big Division I opponent in the state. I mean, it's prime. It's right here, fertile ground for some hotshot coach to come in and take it to the next level still, I think.
Which is one of the reasons why Penn State and LSU are held in the regard they are. Certainly, they, of course, have the history that Missouri lacks. But Penn State runs Pennsylvania, and LSU runs Louisiana. Florida, you're competing with Florida State and Miami. Recently, you've seen UCF and South Florida have their runs as well. So, yeah, there are all kinds of recruits there per capita. Florida's gold. LSU certainly has it too, but Florida's competing against a bunch of schools in state in addition to what you got in the SEC surrounding Gainesville, Florida. So there is that factor as well. All right, let me read some of the feedback we've been getting here. If Drink leaves, they should get James Franklin. I think it's a no-brainer. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Doug, why do you hate the Missouri State Bears? That's from Kurt's former coworker.
I don't hate them. I don't.
James Franklin's going to be a Hokie, I think. I think it's all but... that's the reporting we're seeing right now, is that he's highly likely to take the Virginia Tech job.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's reported that?
It's been just a bunch of, I would call it smoke right now, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Hey, I'd be willing to put some money on this one. James Franklin.
But is Thamel or?
I would say some more fringe sources.
Fringe sources. Do these people know they're considered just a fringe source?
Hey, everyone, you start as a fringe source.
Are you listening to Virginia Tech podcast from a guy in the dorms in Blacksburg?
I'm pretty heavy on the Hokie message boards.
I didn't know that.
Enter Sand People. That's what it's called.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
It used to be Enter Sand Men, and then they got sued?
Yeah, Blacksburg Prime. It's another one I'm always on.
I didn't know this.
No, I didn't know.
It's good stuff. It's good. You guys, I'm doing the work.
Yes,
Jackson, do you want Drink to stay? I think I got to read the sentence. Jackson, do you want Drink to stay? I would like him to leave, ?
I would like him to stay. If nothing else, then just for consistency. I think bringing in a new head coach, a lot of possibilities of people leaving, and even in the NIL transfer portal era, I would rather some continuity.
My official position on it is this. I think college football, really more, certainly than the NFL, and certainly more than take your pick of NHL, NBA, or Major League Baseball. You can see where a program is even in losses. And I do agree with Gabe in a major way that here we are in 2025. I don't know, complaining is the right word, but being disappointed, which means we had hope/expectations of different results for the Vanderbilt game in particular, but also the Alabama game, and where this thing was in 2022. So I'm not going back real far, and how it's progressed. Now, with that said, I think that a portion of the Missouri fan base has, so I want to give significant credit for that. With that established, I think there is a portion of the Missouri fan base that has kind of canonized him. And then you go, well, you know, what has he done? And then that's when that Ohio State conversation gets up. And then you kind of get into a weird conversation, and I just try to avoid it. Because when you do look at it, it's like, yeah, they haven't beaten a team in the SEC that finished with a winning record. So, but I also think, in a sense, that's kind of part of the process. And if you are in the mix in these games, and they absolutely have been this year across the board, there hasn't been a Josh Heupel's running it up in 2022 to 66 points game in a long while. And I realize they got blown off the field in Tuscaloosa and College Station last year. But they still were good enough in the end to win the coin flip games against Vanderbilt, Auburn, and Oklahoma. They stayed in the fight in those games, and to their credit, I think they were probably pretty much overmatched against South Carolina by the end of the season, and they took a lead late, but they lost that coin flip game and still were able to have a very good season last year. So with that said, you can see the progress, and I would hate to see it revert to where it was in 2022, even though we're going to bowls. 2022, 2021, the late teens, I worry about that. I like the progress. His legacy in Columbia, for the majority of people, can ascend here over the next 5-6 weeks, or it can be, oh man, Eli Drinkwitz, and he comes on the field next year leading the Gators and be booed. You know, that's what you got. And I know that might not be of importance to him. If it were of importance to him, I think he probably has already signed an extension. I think the fact that he hasn't, if I'm a Missouri fan, I'm going, that doesn't mean he's leaving, because he's got to get the job first. It takes two parties. But if he really, he could have gone Signettiing and Matt Ruling, and I don't really know how you can spin that otherwise. In other words, Missouri wants to dance, and he doesn't just yet.
Yeah, the idea of him getting more money in the offseason is probably inaccurate. I would think that
from Mizzou.
Yes, I think.
I think he would get more. I think he can get more, but I think, like Gabe said, he could call his shot right now.
Right.
You see, so there's he's not in a spot where I can leverage this interest. Quinn did that, and by the way, I don't fault people. That's business, man. That's not what's going on. The Missouri fans got tired of Mike Anderson. I think he flirted with Oregon and somebody else before eventually going to where he was an assistant with Nolan Richardson. But the job's going to have to be open, and they're going to have to want him. And like you said, Doug, hey, you know, the administrations in Happy Valley or Baton Rouge or Gainesville might be high on him. But if the fan base is going, okay, he finished 7-5, and who is he beaten? And you're telling me we got rid of James Franklin for this? We got rid of Brian Kelly for this? We're Florida, and this is what we're going to do? That's a well taken point, and that's not going to change. Right. That's there, and that's a real thing. So that's why what takes place in the month of November is so significant, both for Drinkwitz, but also for these other programs. And yeah, if you're a Missouri fan who wants to see Drinkwitz stick around, be pulling for South Carolina tomorrow against Ole Miss. Be pulling for the Citadel, Doug, which you've circled.
The Orson Woods wacko not only doesn't want Drinkwitz to go, he's calling for his firing. He says Drinkwitz will get eaten up and puked out at LSU, Florida, or Penn State. The slack he's been given at Mizzou won't be at any of the other schools. If he wants to go, let him go. The grass is never greener. Bye-bye, carpetbagger. I start a petition to have him fired.
Wow. I mean, he goes from Sam Horn insider to petition starter. This guy moves quick.
Wants him out.
Ow.
Interesting.
What does this Orson Woods wacko know?
I don't know.
He was on the Orson Woods wacko's Kirby Moore?
It's true. He would not be given the slack at LSU, Florida, or Penn State that he has here.
But that's the other thing, too, is he has a lot of control at Missouri. Like, he clearly has the ear of the AD. He, you know, the fan base, by and large, really likes him, whereas if he goes to Florida or LSU, that will not be met well. There's just no way around it. Unless they beat A&M next week, maybe that will start to turn the worm a little bit, but even then.
He could win at Penn State easy. You play one or two tough teams, and the rest are cupcakes. That's from Hal and Hillsborough. The path to the playoff in the Big Ten at this moment in 2025 is certainly easier. Now, that could change with the private equity and as NIL starts to filter into, the randos in that conference, which I don't know if they're regretting it or not, but their rapid expansion into places where even when it was going on, you're going, Maryland, Rutgers?
Buzz says the coaching carousel is like the marriage situation in Clayton. A lot of moving around and buyouts.
Is that what goes on? I think Buzz might have a nice analogy there. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tim, I love you, but you need a coach. You need a new coach. Drink ain't it.
Here's another one who wants him fired. Gosh.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to give an official stance, which was you can see the progress. I think that, for hardcore Missouri fans, when people would push back, they really didn't like that line in the ESPN article yesterday about how he has feasted on the weak schedules and going, what are you talking about? They beat a 17th ranked Tennessee and 20th ranked K-State. They finished ranked. But I think the article was talking about 2024 and 2025, not 2023. And that observers in the SEC and around college football are going, yeah, they got 10-win seasons, but it hasn't exactly been by beating. Yeah. And then when they do go against the big boys, it hasn't gone well. But I do have to say, and this is kind of where you go into your encyclopedia of remembering when Missouri would be playing a top 10 team. And this could be even some of the years that they went to the Big 12 and SEC championships. I'm citing 2008 and 2014. They didn't have a chance against those teams, and the results showed it. They weren't good enough. It's a different deal this year. I also think the big boys in the top 10 aren't what the big boys in the top 10 were at that time because of the way the game has changed. But I also think it's because Missouri has progressed. All right, the program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Psychiatric Care and Research Center has an opportunity for TMA listeners to make money. Just go to pcrc-stl.com and sign up for the clinical research trials that they are conducting for anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. They are providing compensation for your time and your travel. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri, so if you're in the St. Louis area, you're not going far. It's Dr. John Canale, and he has been in practice for over 40 years and has more than 20 years of experience conducting clinical research trials. He was among the first psychiatrists to establish a practice west of the Missouri River in St. Charles, bringing decades of expertise and leadership to the field of psychiatry. All you have to do if you are interested is go to pcrc-stl.com or call 636-244-3593. That's pcrc-stl.com. Dr. Xander Malenthrop says Drinkwitz will not go to Florida. Being a multimillionaire in Florida sounds terrible.
It does. Just sounds awful. Having all the money in the world, that weather, no, thank you.
So that should put your mind at ease.
Okay.
It is Friday. We've been joined by Gabe DeArmond and Joey Vitale on the program. Miss anything? Podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. You can just go back to YouTube and watch the program there, or use the TMA, STL, or 101 ESPN apps. Those are brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. On Friday, we recount our work this week with the drops of the week.
Morning after. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like it's hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Think it through.
Is this what we're doing? Just letting nerds call in and try out their best bits?
Hey, this is the unknown DJ.
I have no desire to go see Santa locked up in some warehouse in the hood.
You get a BBL. You could come in here flat as I don't know what, and leave thick as a Snicker. That's a hot take.
Justin Jeffrey, say his name.
Guys, we've established no talk about lotion bottles, no suicide jokes. Like, these are the rules on the show.
You'd be pretty upset, wouldn't you?
No.
Well, I was rooting for him, too. I had a bet on him. I was like, a bet? It's $30 bet. How about my whole life is bet on them?
On my mind and in my brain is just absolute profound sadness.
Doug, who did you say was the hot one at 98 degrees, Jeff?
Now, who in the hell do you think it is?
Like, this is ridiculous. Redunculous.
Guys, I can't do this stupid shit all night long.
Oh, that was drops of the week.
I forgot who the guy was who was crying.
I knew that was going to get you going
He's
again.
the guy 93-3 in Seattle after the Mariners lost.
I mean, I'm telling you. Now, Jackson and I, we were down on Monday. Jackson, I think this is just an age thing. You were a little more down than I was, but we were down after the Missouri Vanderbilt game. But if your voice would have started to break, I don't know how I would have handled it. I would have gone, well, this audio is going to live forever. The gentleman, I can't recall the guy's name, but he's been doing it for a good long while in Seattle. I mean, I'm talking about longer than, this thing's been around. I think it goes back to the 90s. And he started going through these terrible Seattle sports moments. He goes, 94 with the Sonics and Nuggets was tough.
He's not over that yet?
I believe that's when Sean Kemp, the Rain Man, was swept by Dikembe Mutombo, and then he's in the lane holding the ball. Do you remember that?
Not really.
And then yeah, you do. And then Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll, they decided to throw the ball, Doug. They had Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, that was a tough
for the Sea Pigeons.
Probably some Bulls and Sonic stuff, I'd have to imagine.
The glove?
Yeah. They played in the finals, in 93?
I think they might have known.
Yeah, who they were dealing with.
Right. But the fact that George Springer's home run led to this gentleman the next morning.
Profound sadness.
His voice
break. Tears. Sound like he was 50-some years old.
Oh,
seriously,
really
dude.
Really tough. Not what you want to see.
No.
Definitely not what you want to hear.
No.
Yeah. We'll get through this together with that guy. This Missouri football season, it can take a toll. I don't know if it will lead to tears, but I can't rule it out.
Even in the seconds and minutes after a game, after you've just suffered a horrendous loss at home, you don't see a lot of fans crying on their way back to the cars.
Not enough.
Jackson would like to see more people weeping.
Yeah. Get more invested in your teams.
Really?
Yes. Take things that don't really matter more seriously. That's what I want.
What's that again?
Take things that don't really matter more seriously.
That doesn't sound like real good life advice to me.
Yeah, you've been giving out great life advice today, but that one right there, I don't know.
Well, that's how I choose to live my life.
And what are some of these things that don't matter that you are?
Oh, sports. Sports would be one of them.
Buck Swope's email yesterday.
That great example.
That almost brought you to tears.
Yeah, that one took me down.
He got you. You should have went October for that.
Yeah. A lot of things, TV and movies. Really care about that. Really make a big fuss about it. Yeah, I like this. Getting involved in the trivial.
Get involved in the trivial. There it is. Well, you're on the right show.
But that's good advice.
Email in about the trivial the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. That is coming up. We will make our SEC game picks coming up. It was a rough week for the show last week. Rough. Let's see if we bounce back this week. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Historic company in St. Louis, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. And, of course, they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and our future with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Spurs defeat the Heat last night, 107-101. Victor Wembanyama continues to impress with a 27-point, 18-rebound effort in the win. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Kidding me?
So, Doug, this is an example of a song that is from the 1980s but experienced a resurgence on TikTok. Kate Bush.
Is that right?
But maybe that was more of a Stranger Things.
For sure. Stranger Things.
Yeah, it's all right. I just got scolded.
Well, some of that resurgence is because the music was so good back then.
Yeah, I know. It's people discovering it for the first time.
Right.
You don't think we're going to be listening to Astroworld in 2045?
I don't know what that is.
Stargazing.
I doubt it. There's a lot of music that's big now that we won't be listening to much in 20 or 30 years.
5% tint.
What about Sabrina Carpenter?
Oh, that's timeless.
I don't know enough about. I know who she is, but I don't know enough.
When Did You Get Hot? That's a tune right there, man.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like the kind of song that you had about 5 minutes to write.
Oh,
so that's what you're
Jackson, your girl Sabby's taking a shot from Doug. What you going to do?
It's just unfair.
When did you get hot? Yeah, that's some deep thinking there.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in Clayton, it's usually when you have that Nyack appointment.
Yeah, or whenever the wire
And
hits.
this is not Yola, just for the record. My wife's not going to go get free filler. Hey, boys, I decided to dress up as Tim for Halloween. I'm going as 100% pure greatness and sexy as hell. That's from Sad Panda.
Just awful.
Western Conference Finals, Sonics 90, Lakers 91. Oh, no, this is the teams that won the Western Conference Finals, Doug.
Okay.
Lakers 90. 91-92 Blazers, 93 Phoenix, 94-95 Rockets, 96 Sonics, 97, I don't remember, maybe Utah, 98 Utah, 99 Spurs. That's from my memory. So no, I don't think the Sonics were in the finals in 93. Thought you liked basketball, Jackson. That's from the 314.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that would make no sense for it to be 93 because I think I just mentioned the
That
Heat.
was the Suns.
Yeah, because that would be the Dan Marley era.
I think more people remember as Charles Barkley, but if you remember Dan Marley, that's fine.
Yeah, I see greatness in pockets that people just don't even understand.
I'll be honest, that struck me as racist.
In pockets?
In pockets?
Okay.
The areas. But Gary Payton was on that 06 Heat team that won it all, so it would have to be it would be weird if he played in 93 and then 06. It's a long career for a defensive specialist. You know
but you're the one who said it.
Right. I'm admitting I'm wrong.
Okay.
Is being wrong a crime? Is that now a crime?
Is being wrong.
No.
Well, it's certainly wrong, but is it a crime?
No, it's not a crime.
Now I have to double check to make sure Gary Payton was on that 06 Heat team. I think he was.
Well, you're doing that, which I know the audience is on the edge of their seats for that information.
He was.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, is coming to Missouri. On December 1st, you'll finally be able to bet on all your favorite teams in all your favorite sports. With FanDuel, there's tons of ways for you to get in on the action. You can bet on everything, from the money line to overs, unders, to which team will win it all. Plus, with live betting, you can even pick which player will score the next touchdown and the one after that. See for yourself why FanDuel is America's #1 sports book. Visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to download the app. FanDuel. Play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I guess that means up until December 1st, I got to drive over to Illinois, go to FanDuel, and put $100 on Missouri to win the college football playoff championship. And then, Doug, when they do beat Ohio State on January 19th, I'll drive back over there and I'll be handed $16,000 large.
Oh, really?
Plus $16,000 is what your Missouri Tigers are.
So you got them beaten Ohio State for the championship.
Yep. They got to go through South Bend.
Yeah.
That's a Friday night game in South Bend. Be fun. See Jeremiah Love.
How much fun would that be to ever run like that? It'd be like the Blues in the Stanley Cup.
Exactly right. The Blues thing, I don't know they're both effing great. The Blues thing was so intense, though, because they played 26 of 28 possible games, and it was basically every other night.
Right.
For me and you, for Jackson, he was locked in on what the Raptors were doing.
You just missed the Damian Lillard shot over the OKC Thunder watching that hand pass game.
Ice hockey? What's that? I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about right there. Jackson is waving now.
That's what Dame did after he hit the shot over Paul George.
I thought you saw something in the YouTube chat that had upset you, and you were waving to them.
No.
Jackson, we did terribly in last week's SEC picks. I really want to bounce back this week. What do we have?
All right, let's get rolling. First game, Vandy at Texas. Texas, a 3-point favorite.
3 points? Wow.
3-point favorite.
It dropped down to 1.5, and now it's up to 3.
3-point favorites as I sit right here. Yep, 3 points.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Started at Vanderbilt minus 2.5, went down to 1.5, and now it's up to 3. Wow,
Okay.
that's interesting to me. Interesting.
I will take Texas. I keep waiting for the balloon to burst for Vandy. I'm going to take Texas.
I don't know what the hell to make of either one of these teams. Now, Arch Manning may not play, but that might not be the worst thing. I thought way higher of Vanderbilt going into last Saturday than coming out of it. It's a really bizarre spot. But then Texas is fumble-effing around and should never beaten Mississippi State. And they really shouldn't have beaten Kentucky either. I don't know what the hell to do, but I got to do something.
Yeah, you do.
I'll take Texas.
Okay. I am on fade myself territory because I've been ice cold the past couple of weeks.
Stalter got into this on the FanDuel spread zone.
Yeah, it's a dark place to be in.
It is. I've been there. I know what it's like.
So we're on full fade myself. So I want to play Texas, so I'm betting Vandy.
Okay.
Next game. The world's largest outdoor cocktail party, UGA, Florida, in Jacksonville. Georgia is a 7-point favorite.
I will take the Gators, and I will also give the audience a bonus play. Take the over, which I think is 50.5, but I will.
That is correct. That is 50.5.
Okay. Doug, that's a bonus play for the audience.
Over. Well, I'll be different and say Georgia. Georgia.
Nice.
I also like Georgia, which means I'm fading myself and taking Florida.
I can't follow this anymore.
I'm fading myself.
Okay,
This is
you're doing
full
the
fade.
opposite of what you think.
Yep.
So since you said you're taking Florida, that means you're taking Georgia?
No, because I think Georgia will win. That means I'm fading myself, or Georgia will cover. So I'm fading myself.
Is this like riding a Sibian?
In so many ways. All right. Next play, Mississippi State at Arkansas. Arkansas is a 4.5-point favorite.
I live for Jeff Lebby to finally win a conference game.
It's got to happen eventually.
I just don't want it to be in Columbia, Missouri. Unless Missouri loses next week, then I won't care. I will take Mississippi State.
Douglas?
I'll take Mississippi State as well.
I am also on Mississippi State.
Oh, God. Now we need to go bet Arkansas. We saw what happened. We took Oklahoma against Ole Miss.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ole Miss, they get South Carolina coming to town. Ole Miss is a 12.5-point favorite over Shane Beamer.
Hotty toddy, gosh darn almighty. Good
Close
gosh almighty.
Yeah. It's a big number.
Okay, it is a big number.
I'm on South Carolina. I'll say that.
Are you?
That's too big a number.
I'll say it's not too big a number. What's the number?
It's 12.5.
12.5. That's a big number. I'll say it's not too big. I'm going Ole Miss.
Okay.
I think they're feeling it in Ole Miss. I'm going hotty toddy.
All righty.
I've been short in that market, and I was wrong.
Yeah. 2 more games. Oklahoma at Tennessee. Tennessee is a 2.5-point favorite at home.
Doug, watch my tongue. I love the Volunteers.
Hummingbird there.
Yeah, I do have the tongue of a hummingbird. Love Tennessee minus 2.5.
Yeah.
Confused by the number, candidly.
It's just a little field goal, just a little chip shot field goal, the difference. So I'll say Tennessee.
I will never bet Oklahoma again after last week's performance, so give me Tennessee.
Okay, so now I'm doomed on that one. So I got to take Oklahoma, and who else?
Arkansas.
Okay.
And then the final game on the slate this weekend, Kentucky heads down to the Plains and takes on Auburn. Auburn, 10.5-point favorite.
Will there be 10 points scored in the game?
Yeah, that's if you like the over in the Georgia-Florida game.
What is the over on this little number?
That's a 44.5 piece.
Well, Penn State and Ohio State's 43 last I checked.
God, that's unbelievable.
Isn't it amazing?
That's crazy.
And Ohio State's a 21.5-point favorite.
What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that they're expecting a final score, Doug. Would that be approximately 32-11 in that range? God. I'll take War Eagle.
All right.
I don't know why, but just to be different, I'll take Kentucky.
I'm with you, Doug. Let's be different and take the Wildcats.
All right, so I'm going to win that one. So that's good, but we're going to lose on Mississippi State, Arkansas. So congratulations to Bobby Petrino and Woo Pig Suey. And we're going to lose on... That's good for Missouri, though, that Oklahoma's going to beat Tennessee since we're all on Tennessee.
Yep. Yeah. All right. I like where we're at.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people are placing their capital based on what they just heard.
They should. We're not only Tim actually is above 500.
We move markets
for the last couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So, and even then, I don't think it would cover the juice.
No,
so
absolutely not.
It's tough.
All right, there it is. The SEC picks are in. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Coming up, the fast lane attacks Jackson's basketball skills. I haven't heard the audio yet. I can't wait to hear it. It's coming up next. Then we got that design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Beautiful Scotland. For years, you've probably seen movies like Braveheart or some of these great shows that have been filmed there. The British Open played there, all the great setting, the breathtaking scenery. Now's your chance to go, and I'm going with you. Experience the seafood, the wildlife. I love traveling. I'd like to go to a new international city, modern cities that are also really vibrant, like Glasgow and Edinburgh. You're going to go to Scotland with me next summer. June 15th is when we depart. Going to be an awesome trip, and Colette handles all the details. Going to go to the famous castles, the Orkney Islands. I just started getting online and looking up all these cool places, the Highlands and Orkney Islands, and seeing what the Isle of Skye looks like. You can almost start to visualize yourself being there when you check out online these great cities. Just a fun trip, spectacular Scotland next summer, June 15th. Call our friends at Altair Travel to find out more. That's 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. We'll also have a little webinar over the Zoom to go over all the details. That'll be on November 11th. That's coming up soon, Tuesday, November 11th. Flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. We're going to have a little cooking experience, a little tasting and a whiskey distillery. Looking forward to doing this with you. Call our friends at Altair at 314-968-9600.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug, as you know, we are at war with so many shows. Radio Wars is not hackneyed. It's intense. I've had security around my house ever since we got sideways with the Riz show and with the Fast Lane.
It's not for the weak at heart, that's
Thank
for
you.
sure.
But now they're going after Jackson on the Fast Lane. What happened here, Jackson?
So I was alerted to this, I think via Twitter, that someone tweeted at me that Jamie said I play basketball, or I think I'm LeBron James with basketball. And I was like, huh, and I don't know. So I went and found the audio, and I was like, oh, it's deeper than that. The context is Anthony was reading one of the promos for Tee It Up with TMA.
Yeah.
And sign up. This is
TMA, STL.com, 101ESPN.com to play with me and Jackson, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. That's at Fox Run Golf Club, the Bee's Knees.
The Bee's Knees, yeah. Really fun time. So he was reading that, and they were kind of going over our golf ability, and this is kind of what happened here.
Yes,
I'm sure they do.
They're
I'm
good
sure
golfers.
Tim. Yeah.
I know they're both good golfers.
I don't know about Jackson's game, but I know Tim golfs a lot.
I play with Jackson.
Jackson's a real deal.
He's good.
Yep. Better basketball player or better golfer?
I've never seen him play basketball.
He talks a real good game as far as basketball, but nobody that I know has ever seen him actually play. So I can't say yes or no. I'm not saying he isn't. Nobody's ever seen him play. But he walks around here like he's LeBron. He even said he would beat anybody.
Nah,
he did. He said that. Really? He said he's the best basketball player at 101.
I would think Kerry Davis would be.
I used to be a hooper.
I know.
Anthony, you've seen me train him.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got a good shot. Yeah, and you rebound.
Do I ever? I used to be a hooper.
In life and on the court.
We should challenge the TMA crew.
Yeah. We're 4-on-4.
That Doug Vaughn's probably slippery.
He probably is.
He's into some of those things.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be interesting.
4-on-4? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if they'd like that.
Although
if Jackson's so good, he can compensate for everybody. All right, so we might have a game on our hands here then.
I like it.
Called the 101 Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Then midday there, BK Alex Tanner claims to be a baller too. Tanner said he would beat Jackson.
I think Tanner said he would beat Jackson. If Tanner was in his heyday, he said he would beat Jackson in one-on-one.
None of us are in our heyday anymore, so.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I actually think the biggest reveal is Tanner can ball at the mall.
He might be able to. I'll take myself. He says heyday. I don't care if it's heyday or a payday. Or
were you aware of this?
Cold and gray day. Give me 11 to 1. Yeah, I was. Tanner's been saying this for a while.
Really?
And he's probably listening right now because they're at Centene, connected up with the station here.
So Tanner was to take you on one-on-one?
If you're listening, Tanner. I wouldn't let sleeping dogs lie.
Boy, that sounded like a threat. I take that as a threat. HR will be notified of that.
Let sleeping dogs lie. You just don't want these problems.
That you would present on the hardwood.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. You can doubt. It's fine.
I just can't imagine Tanner, soft-spoken Tanner, saying that I want a piece of Jackson. It just doesn't strike me as something. I feel like you're applying this to poor T. Did he?
They said it, not me. They said it, not me.
But you said that he's been saying it for a while.
He said that like a couple years ago.
He walked up to you one time and said, let's go.
We were jokingly talking about it once, and he said something. I was like, ooh, careful now. Same with the fast lane guys. Again, let sleeping dogs lie.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that right there.
Okay.
I guess I'm obviously down in the paint, but then...
Right.
But then what do we do with the rest of our rotation?
Yeah, wouldn't worry me.
Wow. Huh. This is why I'm going to blow out my knee, is because we're going to wind up doing this.
Time and the place, man. Time and place. Let me know.
Well, the thing about basketball, it's not really a one-on-one game.
No.
When you say, I'll beat you one-on-one, that's not how basketball is played,
He wants a three-point contest? No problem. Free throws, whatever.
I mean, fundamentally, we're at an advantage because I went to St. Gabriel's.
Yep. Yeah, we have them in the fundy department.
So 4 passes before we shoot, unless it's me?
Normandale. I prefer not to do that style. But, yeah, they might have physicality on us.
Yeah.
I'm just a little concerned about shot creation on their end, and that's the least of my concerns with us. We'll find shots.
I last played competitively 50 years ago.
It'd be just fine.
I'm sure I'd be just fine.
You're a good ball. You're a natural athlete. And it's just 15 footers, nothing but net. You don't have to worry about getting any boards.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. That's what Martin will do.
Martin's going to get our boards?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think we're at a distinct height disadvantage just by my mere presence on the roster.
For sure.
And there isn't really a weak link height-wise on the fast lane.
No, they got us in the height and the physicality department, but that's unfortunately not how you put the ball in the basket.
You hear that was folksy, that delivery.
You got to be able to shoot the rock.
Very much so.
So,
you know, the last time I did something other than play golf, it was the Cardinal Fantasy Camp in 2019. And I made it pretty clear to manager Alan Bennis that I didn't really want to hurt myself because golf season was starting up and I was going to be in Florida for the next 6 weeks. And that didn't play as well in the locker room as you might think. I know Nolan Arenado likes to take time off and for mysterious reasons. But in the fantasy camp, Doug, it means business. If you're going to go up against a chiropractor from Belleville who's turning 75, you got to be...
Gotta be right. Gotta come correct.
And so I was basically just kind of sitting on the bench doing what I did at the University High School the one year I got on the team and talking it over with Alan Bennis and my teammate Ryan Franklin. And I know it was an honor for those guys to be able to be in a uniform with me.
It sure was. And they knew it at the time.
And Ray Langford, for that matter. And Ray made the observation, I noticed you don't really play.
Got to sting.
I said, got to be honest with you, I don't really want to get hurt. I'm going to be down here for the next 6 weeks, and I want to play golf. And he really was impressed with that.
Yeah.
But then somebody did get hurt, and then they're like, well, this guy's the youngest guy by a lot, so we'll put him in center field. And I think it was Bernard Gilkey who hit a ball, God, maybe about 300 feet past where I was positioned out there in Jupiter. And Alan Bennis began to berate me from the dugout for all to hear.
No.
How'd you do on that one, Jimmy Baseball? Little did he know, if I would have run hard, I would have risked golf season, and that's kind of where my mind is on this potential showdown with the fast lane.
Okay. If needed, I'll select others. I want to ride with my guys. I want, if I had 3 picks, I'd pick.
You going to talk to Tatum?
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne.
Yeah, if you could pick anybody.
Yes, in the building. If I could pick anybody, it'd be you 3. I ride with my guys. But, if you guys want to back out, fine by me.
Sounds like T. Diddy's replacing me.
I'll take the midday show. I'll take BK and Ferrario. I'll take those 3.
Oh, wow, Doug, you just got cut and you didn't even know it. You weren't even...
It's a good thing.
I want to be with you guys, but I want this to happen. There needs to be some respect put on my name. That's all I'll say. And I get, Jamie's not wrong. No one's seen me play here. Just know. Just know what will happen.
I'd love to be on the call of this game.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great role.
I mean, if I blew out my knee because I was playing in this nonsense and I couldn't play golf, you have no idea.
Yeah, you'd be in a bad place.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. I'm willing to go down for it, but I won't, because I will not. I will not go down.
Very
this guy, how about this guy? Yeah. All right, fair enough.
Producer Pete also had a wet jumper.
Yeah, maybe I could recruit Pete. Yeah, and then I could take Prod Joe and then the Plowhawk. I like my chances a lot there.
Yeah. That Plowhawk scored like 28 on Sean Livingston.
Yeah.
And he's well hung, right?
I'll put him on Rivers. I'll put him on Rivers. Plowhawk on Rivers.
Jamie could flick the Plow. The Plowhawk weighs $118.
That's a reach in. That's a reach.
He's
Ball
all
up
over
top, please. Ball up top.
Tim, stop being so humble. You're a certified bucket. It's from Mr. Nipples. Don't you like being called a bucket?
No.
We got a showdown in this design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up. Shooter McGavin, Buck Swope tied for the month. Going into this one, it is TMA 101 ESPN. I mean, Doug, it's 10:49 and we got so much to get to. So I don't know what to do.
Well, we just plow ahead.
Yeah.
That is exactly what Collier and Thompson would do if they saw your kitchen. They would plow ahead. They'd say, boy, this place needs plowing. Well, they don't really have a plow at Collier and Thompson, but they got all the tools you need to turn your house into a show place. Don't wait any longer. You know it's looking dated. You know it's not looking great. So turn it over to the best in the business in this town, and that's the folks at Collier and Thompson. Carolyn Beard and Bob Stride have been the owners there for many years. It's a company that's been around since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience combined. They can absolutely turn your home into looking like a fancy hotel. You know, it's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home, who's going to be there to back up the work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do. During the process, they are always going to be available. Something goes wrong shortly after they're done, they will hustle right back out there and make sure you are happy. Check out their website at collierandthompson.com and look at some of the before and after pictures of the work they've done. Just absolutely beautiful. Some of the finest homes in St. Louis have trusted Collier and Thompson to work on their homes, and they'd like the chance to work on yours too and show you just how great your house can look. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come on to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Jackson's in the process of filtering the emails. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm just going to leave Shooter and Buck in there for the challenge.
So you're setting up the showdown. They're tied.
Apologies to everyone, just time-wise.
Oh, that's not going to play well.
Well, whatever.
I love Jackson, but there is no more Caucasian past than telling everyone what a great rec basketball player you are. Lace up the Reebok pumps and have a day, King. That's from Arbor Day.
That's what I'm saying. I'm done talking. I'm happy wherever. Tell me where, tell me when, and I'll be there.
Do you guys ban my number because Doug can't handle the truth?
Yes.
Who's that?
The answer is yes. Nailed it on the head.
There you went for. People have to understand. The number of people text in, and just because your text doesn't get read, that doesn't mean that you've been banned or I don't even know, blocked or whatever. That isn't happening. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. The showdown to decide the month of October next here on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to get your next vehicle. Doesn't matter your situation, doesn't matter what your circumstances are. They will work hard to get you the best rate possible with little to no money down. That's AutoLoanPro.com. They're able to do this by working with 50 different lenders, part of the Lita family, and they know this can get a little difficult. The financing, it can all be kind of messy. The only thing you need to know is to trust the pro. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website. They also have the free playbook there, explaining to you how the credit industry works. That means the next time around, you get the vehicle of your choice. You're learning how it all works while getting that new vehicle, while putting as little money down as possible and getting the best rate out there. That's what AutoLoanPro.com is all about, getting you into that next vehicle and making sure it's a great experience for you. AutoLoanPro.com is part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues and Blue Jackets tomorrow night. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, here you go. We're about to settle the month of October.
Okay.
There's only 3 of us.
Mm-hmm. 3 of us.
And there's only 2 emails. And they're the 2 people tied for first for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. And for those of you just joining us, Seth Goldcamp emailed in and said he wants to give away a $10,000 installation and system for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the month winner in November. So these people today will win 0. The person at the end of November will receive a $10,000 system.
That's fair. It is. It averages out that you're getting $5,000 worth of value per month.
Think about that. Ladies and gentlemen, our 2 finalists, Shooter McGavin and Buck Swope. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the month about to be settled. The TMA Raven by Shooter McGavin. Illustrations by Edgar Allan Craig Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I laughed, nearly snorting, suddenly there came a tapping. Jackson's return music, rapping, yapping, much different than the score. 'Tis some texture, I muttered, clamoring for even more. Hot takes behind the studio door. Distinctly, I remember it was the middle of October. Plowsy only, mostly sober, with Iggy's Doppler on the closet floor. Eagerly, I wished the morrow to hear Tim's takes. I beg and borrow. The end of each show fills me with sorrow for even wanting more. Getting better at teasing, 7-iron lore, stepdads and the girls next door, replay in my head evermore. So that now, still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, 'tis some cuckold entreating entrance at my chamber door. Kurt's water sports and neckbeard talk like we did before. Jackson's quips and Doug's guessing games. Martin's onboarding and absurd texting names. What does the dossier have in store? The cuckold was rapping at a studio door. May I join you, was the question asked. Was Sappho's finally happening at last? The Housewives of TMA makes me wonder, is there a better way? Teen Wolf 2 and Movie Boy drops. Banty Roosters will never stop. Price is Right rules and Doug's gong rings. Surprise guests and Ball Don't Lie stings. Quoth the cuckold, it's not cheating if it's gay.
No.
Trouble at remotes and talking
long?
puck.
How long is the poem? We still got to get through Buck Swope.
B-Fib's fed up. The Cardinals suck. Rooting for the brothers Kachuk. Webster versus Cottleville St. Chuck. Broadcast closet. Here's a flush. LeBarons make me blush. No Missouri gambling yet. It's video poker.
Very good.
It's just a fun.
Stop. Wrap it up.
Tim's eyes so blue. Happy Halloween to you. Some Shooter McGavin.
Gosh.
Nice read poems.
I was impressed early on. Then it just kept going and going.
It's 11:01. We all vote for Buck Swope. We I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm voting for Buck.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what Buck Swope writes.
Because he went too long.
Yeah.
Okay, Buck Swope
has won.
That was the preseason for
He
November.
worked hard on that, too. He worked hard.
Bye.